Chapter 1701. Ma Shangxi's honesty shocked Yu Luo and the other Yu Yaos. Servant? A peak Yu Yao servant? The few of them almost couldn't believe their ears and were stunned for a moment. But looking at Ma Shangxi's expression, they knew that he wasn't joking at all. In front of Lu Yi, he had indeed lowered himself very much, and even called them lords. Logically speaking, a peak Yu Yao like Ma Shangxi should be giving them face by calling them fellow cultivators. However, when he called them lords, Yu Luo and the other Yu Yaos felt uncomfortable. The reason he called them that was obviously because Lu Yi had already addressed them as fellow disciples. If he called them fellow cultivators, where would that put Lu Yi? Chou Wu glanced at Wu Zhuo, wondering what was going on. Wu Zhuo only shook his head slowly. He was also a little confused. On the way here, he could see that Ma Shangxi was very respectful to Lu Yi. However, he didn't expect such a strong cultivator to call himself a servant so frankly. To have such a strong cultivator as a servant. Did Lu Yi of the Nine Heavens latch onto Rizhao's thigh? Wu Zhuo couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Yu Luo and the other Yu Yaos also thought so, because this was the only reasonable explanation. Esteemed guests, there's no need to stand. Come in for a chat. Junior brother Lu, please. Chou Wu quickly adjusted his expression and gestured with his hand. In this short period of time, Yu Luo and the other Yu Yao's attitudes changed a few times. When they heard that Wu Zhuo had brought Lu Yi of the Nine Heavens, they had come with the mentality of meeting an outstanding junior. However, when they saw that Lu Ye's cultivation had reached Yu Yao's level, they realized that they should treat each other as equals. With Ma Shangxi addressing him as Lord, Lu Yi instantly became an esteemed guest. Yu Kong and Yu Yao no longer dared to show the slightest bit of contempt. Although they didn't have such an attitude before, when the strong faced the weak, they would still have a sense of superiority. Thank you for your hospitality. Lu Ye's expression was normal. He nodded and walked in side by side with Lu Yi. In the main hall, everyone took their seats. Ma Shangxi sat quietly to the left of Lu Yi, truly assuming the posture of a servant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yi finally got to know the few Yu Yao present. Jade Conch had more than just a few Yu Yaos. As the leader of this galaxy, although they had never produced a sunshine powerhouse, there were always around 10 Yu Yaos. According to Wu Zhuo, at their peak, there were 15 Yu Yaos in Jade Conch. For a veteran large domain, this was undoubtedly a very shallow foundation. For example, the unbounded realm that Lu Yi had gone to was also a large realm. However, not only was there sunshine, there were also plenty of Yu Yao there. Jade Conch's situation had to do with its remote location. It had never been connected to the mainstream of the cosmos, and it had never interacted with the other galaxies. It had always been fumbling around on its own in terms of cultivation. Secondly, the resources in the starry skies were limited. However, it was impossible for the Yu Yao to remain in the realms forever. Some Yu Yao liked to travel all over the place. Even the 9 prefectures' constellations spent most of their time in the starry skies, let alone the Yu Yao. After chatting for a while, Chou finally asked about the situation at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Luan Xiaoa had led 100 elites to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. In the blink of an eye, there had been no news of her for a few years. Unfortunately, there was no way to gather information here. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried. Since Lu Yi had come this time, they naturally had to find out more about him. Lu Yi did not hide anything. He briefly recounted the battles they had encountered along the way to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. When they heard that the 3 realms fleet had been involved in the battle between the 4 prefectures and the blood race, the Yu Yao present all paled. After all, according to Lu Yi, there were almost 10 sunshine powerhouses involved in that battle. The Yu Yao constellations were even more difficult to calculate. With the 3 realms' fleet size, how could they have fared well if they had participated in the battle? Fortunately, although the outcome was not satisfactory, the Three Realms fleet did not suffer too great of a loss. In the end, they survived the ordeal and continued on to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. They also learned that the Three Realms cultivators had occupied a three-realm island on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, and that everything was fine. Only then did they relax. However, the Jade Conch cultivators soon realized the problem Wu Zhuo had asked before. The Three Realms cultivators did not have a strong foundation. Would they be able to defend a mid-level spirit island if they occupied it? Lu Yi also brought up the Mermaid Clan. This made them feel much more at ease. When Lu Yi said this, Cho Wu looked at Lu Yi with a complicated gaze. From this account, Cho Wu could tell that although the Three Realms fleet had suffered some setbacks and some losses a few years ago, overall it had been very smooth. It was even smoother for them to gain a foothold on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Cho Wu was indeed old, but that did not mean that he was senile. He knew that these smooth sailing did not come for no reason. How could things progress so smoothly in a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea that was so competitive? He knew better than anyone else what kind of power Luan Xiaoa and the cultivators she had brought with her. She would definitely not be able to resolve any setbacks in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The people from the Green Dawn Dao world did not have this ability either. Then, who could resolve these issues? The root of the problem was probably the young man in front of him. Cho Wu did not know what Lu Yi was capable of, but he knew that what Lu Yi had said was only a part of it. There were many things that he had not said. Other things aside, how could the Mermaid Clan that lived under the 10,000 Elephant Sea become the most solid ally of the Three Realms Island? Cho Wu increasingly felt that Lu Yi was not simple. He looked over and seemed to see a tall figure standing behind Lu Yi, Realm Lord Qiu. Senior brothers and sisters, I came back this time because I want to bring another group of people to the Three-World Island. Hall Master Wu has sent out 100 people, so I hope at your realm can send another 100 people. The 10,000 Elephant Sea is not peaceful. Our people can only rely on themselves there, said Lu Yi. He thought that Yu Luo would definitely not refuse this, because no one could resist the temptation of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He was even prepared for Yu Luo to ask him to bring more people over. Who would have thought that after hearing this, Cho Wu did not immediately respond. Instead, he showed a troubled expression. After a moment of silence, Cho Wu said, Junior brother, if you are not in a hurry, why don't you stay in the Three Realms for a few days? We will discuss it and then give you an answer, okay? Lu Yi blinked. He did not understand what was going on. Why did he not accept a good thing that came knocking on his door? Did he not trust him? That did not make sense. Lu Yi did not sense any distrust from Cho Wu and the others. He did not think too much about it. He nodded and said, no problem. What followed was idle chatter. The Yu Luo domain's understanding of the 10,000 Elephant Sea was mostly conveyed by Wu Zhuo last time, so they did not know much. Now that Lu Yi, who had been in the 10,000 Elephant Sea for many years, was in front of him, there were naturally many things he wanted to know. For a moment, the atmosphere was lively. Lu Yi also took the opportunity to ask, Master Cho, do you have any suitable materials to forge a magic treasure? Cho Wu heard this and said, Junior brother wants to forge a magic treasure? Lu Yi patted the mountain pan saber at his waist and said with a smile, I have advanced to you, Yao, so I need something handy. If you have any suitable materials, I can buy some. Actually, the best choice was to go to the 10,000 Elephant Sea to do this. There were many materials in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. As long as Lu Yi had spiritual jades, he could buy anything he wanted. However, what Lu Yi wanted to forge was not an ordinary scabbard. He wanted to cast the saber drawing / spirit pattern into the scabbard. The spirit pattern was extremely complicated. Lu Yi estimated that even a sunshine blacksmith might not be able to successfully forge it. Moreover, he could not find a blacksmith of that level. He could only do it himself. Lu Yi did not have much confidence in forging such a scabbard. Although he had some foundation in forging weapons, he had never put his heart into it. He did not know if he could succeed. Fortunately, he had the talent tree. This was an advantage that no blacksmith had. Therefore, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to give it a try. He would just treat it as practice. When he had better materials in the future, it would not be too late to forge a better scabbard. Cho Wu said, "Junior brother, what kind of materials do you want?" After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Let junior brother Han accompany you to the treasury. You can take whatever you like. Moreover, junior brother Han is the most outstanding artifact refiner in this world. If you have anything you want to forge, just ask him to help you forge it." Junior brother Han was called Han Dong. He was the bald man who spoke to Lu Yi when he first met him. Lu Yi had already met him. Lu Yi clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Realm Lord Cho. I will definitely give you the spiritual jades needed for the materials." Cho Wu waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, after leaving the Wansheng Sea, you did not keep it to yourself. Instead, you shared it with the Qing Li Taoist world and Yukong. Your generosity is admirable. Speaking of which, Qing Li and Yukong are indebted to you. If you like some materials, just take them. Don't mention the spiritual jades again." Although Lu Yi had dragged the Qing Li Taoist world and the Jade Conch to the Wansheng Sea with the intention of borrowing their strength, the two worlds had indeed received a favor in this matter. Some of the refining materials in the treasure vault were given away, but the Jade Conch was not so stingy as to take Lu Ye's spiritual jade. Hearing this, Lu Yi knew that even if he insisted, they would not accept the spiritual jades. He raised his cup and said, "Thank you, senior brother." After the banquet, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. After the banquet, Lu Yi was arranged by Yukong to stay in a beautiful valley. Wu Zhuo was also here to accompany him. The next day, before Lu Yi could take the initiative to speak, the bald Han Dong came up and said that he wanted to take Lu Yi to the treasury. Lu Yi took Ma Shangxi and followed him out. The Jade Conch sect also had its own treasury, but the treasury of a realm and the treasury of a sect could not be compared at all. The Jade Conch sect's treasury was divided into several levels, each of which was filled to the brim with good things. One of the levels was filled with materials for refining weapons. Most of these materials were bred by the Jade Conch world itself. Some of them were brought back by cultivators who went out and encountered in the starry sky. Lu Yi was dazzled and did not know what to do for a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 1702. Fortunately, Han Dong was a refiner and knew the materials here like the back of his hand. Seeing Lu Yi hesitate, he asked him what he needed. After learning that Lu Yi wanted to forge a magic treasure scabbard, he helped him take out some materials from the treasure house. Han Dong was very forthright and enthusiastic. After leading Lu Yi out of the treasure house, he said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the Tool Valley. That's where we forge weapons in this world." Immediately, the three of them rushed in the direction of the Tool Valley and soon arrived. When they arrived, Han Dong led Lu Yi down a passage. Lu Yi didn't know how far they went. During this time, Lu Yi even saw several rivers of magma flowing by, and the surrounding temperature was getting hotter and hotter. Generally speaking, refining places would be set up in a similar environment because they could use the power of the earth fire to better refine weapons. In the depths of the Tool Valley, there were many jade shell cultivators, bare-chested and sweating, refining weapons on a refining table. The deeper they went, the fewer cultivators there were. In the end, they couldn't see a single person. Han Dong took off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles, and pointed to a huge refining table. "This is where I refine weapons. If junior apprentice brother doesn't mind, I can refine a magic treasure scabbard for junior apprentice brother." This was not a boast. In the entire jade shell world, Han Dong's attainments in refining weapons were second to none. Most of the magic treasures in the jade shell world were made by him. Refining a scabbard without any difficulty was naturally as easy as pinching a conch for him. Lu Yi smiled Senior Apprentice Brother Han. What I want to refine is not an ordinary scabbard. Senior Apprentice Brother may not be able to refine it. Han Dong snorted when he heard this, but he didn't get angry. Junior Apprentice Brother, are you looking down on me? Whether you can refine it or not, Junior Apprentice Brother first draw a path. In this world, if I can't refine it, then no one else can. He wanted Lu Yi to draw a path because he wanted to ask Lu Yi what kind of restriction he wanted to refine in the scabbard. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then took out a jade board, inscribed a part of the sword draw spirit pattern, and handed it to Han Dong. Han Dong took it and examined it for a long time before falling into deep thought. As the most outstanding refiner in jade snail, he naturally dabbled in spiritual tattoos. However, what he dabbled in were all spiritual tattoos used in refining weapons. Even so, he could tell at a glance that the spiritual tattoo given by Lu Yi was incomplete. If an incomplete spirit rune was already so complicated, how complicated would it be if it was a complete spirit rune? He scratched his bald head. It's a little difficult. Wasn't this a little F*** difficult? This wasn't something a human could refine. At the very least, Han Dong didn't think he had the ability to do so. It should be known that the twin branch spirit inscriptions were not as complicated as this one, but it was extremely difficult for the top forces in the Wanxiang Sea to decipher it. They had already mastered the twin branch spirit inscriptions, but if they wanted to use the spirit inscriptions to refine a disc array, even those top forces weapon refiners had to fumble for a long time before they had a certain success rate. This was also the reason why the price of the twin Qi connected formation disc was so high above the myriad manifestation sea. It was because no tool refiner could refine it as easily as Lu Yi. Although Han Dong's refining skills were not bad, there was still a gap between him and the weapon refiners who were carefully nurtured by the top forces. If he were to inscribe this spirit pattern on a jade board, he might have a chance of succeeding after trying thousands or tens of thousands of times. However, the difficulty of inscribing on a jade board and casting the spirit pattern into the scabbard was completely different. He wanted to ask what kind of spiritual tattoo this was, but he swallowed the words back down. Some things couldn't be inquired casually. This spiritual tattoo was so complicated that its power was unfathomable and extremely precious. If Senior Brother Han has nothing to do, can you give me a few pointers here? Lu Yi asked. Han Dong was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Junior Brother is also proficient in refining weapons. From Lu Ye's words, it was obvious that he wanted to do it himself. I've learned a little, Lu Yi replied. Han Dong didn't know what to say. He had only learned a little, and yet he wanted to refine such a complicated spiritual tattoo. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, Lu Yi was now an important guest of Jade Snail. Han Dong couldn't say anything too unpleasant, so he could only say, no problem. Anyway, I have nothing to do recently. He thought that after a few attempts, Lu Yi would give up after making no progress. In the following days, Lu Yi and Han Dong stayed in the deepest part of Tool Valley. Beside the refining table, Lu Ye's spiritual power surged endlessly. Han Dong soon discovered that Lu Yi did have some foundation in refining weapons, but he shouldn't have studied the way of refining weapons deeply. This could be seen from his many performances in refining weapons. Thinking about it, at such a young age, Yu Yao's cultivation must have been painstakingly cultivating every day. How could she have the time to study something like refining weapons? But as time passed, Han Dong became more and more shocked. Because Lu Ye's growth was extremely fast, it was as if he was born for refining weapons. What was even more precious was that Lu Ye's spiritual power was of the fire attribute, which was what a weapon refiner needed the most. Lu Ye's talent in the way of refining weapons was still very good. Otherwise, in the secret realm of 9 regions, Sword Tool Sex Kong Kong would not have taught him the way of refining weapons. In the previous 9 regions era, Sword Tool Sect was extremely prosperous. The sword Tao and tools Tao of the sect were second to none in the entire 9 regions. Among them, the sword Tao inheritance was obtained by Nian Yuxian, and the tools Tao inheritance was taken out of the secret realm by Lu Yi and given to Ouyang Zi of 9 regions. Lu Yi had the foundation taught by Kong Kong, and all kinds of refining techniques made Han Dong fascinated. Originally, Han Dong held the mentality of giving pointers, but after a few days of getting along, the state of the two became mutual discussions. In such an atmosphere, Lu Ye's refining skills naturally grew rapidly. However, it was not so easy to cast a suitable scabbard. It was very simple for him to refine the twin Qi linked array disc, because the most important thing about the array disc was the spirit pattern. The array disc itself was a carrier, so Lu Yi could just refine it casually, but the scabbard could not. Although it was also a carrier of the spirit pattern, if the refining was not good enough, once the accumulated power in the spirit pattern was too strong, the scabbard could not bear it. To ensure the quality of the scabbard and to ensure the integrity of the spirit pattern, the combination of the two was not an ordinary difficulty. After spending half a month in the Tool Valley, Lu Yi began to really cast the scabbard. Han Dong was not optimistic about this. In his opinion, Lu Ye's refining skills were not even as good as his own. How could he possibly cast such a complicated spirit pattern? If he did not cast the spirit pattern and only cast a scabbard, it would be meaningless at all. But what surprised him was that on the first try, Lu Yi had cast 10% progress. Although because of a small mistake all the previous efforts were wasted, such a result was undoubtedly amazing. Han Dong was confused, because this kind of thing should not have happened at all. In his opinion, with Lu Ye's current refining skills, not to mention 10% progress, it was impossible to achieve even 5% progress. How could he know that Lu Yi had the talent tree? Even if his refining skills were not as good as his, he had a unique advantage when it came to casting spirit patterns. He tried again and failed again and again. His progress was high and low, but as long as he failed, he would have to start all over again. Fortunately, refining was different from refining pills. If he failed in refining pills, the furnace of spirit patterns would basically be destroyed. If he failed in refining, as long as the materials were not seriously damaged, he could go back to the furnace and start all over again. This was an advantage that refining pills could not compare to. Even so, the materials that Han Dong had brought out from the treasure trove had been severely depleted. He had no choice but to return to the treasure trove and bring back more materials. Lu Yi did not have any worries and went all out. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi had been in Jade Conch for almost 2 months. During these 2 months, he had failed countless times and had to start all over again. In the deepest part of the Tool Valley, in front of the huge refining table, Lu Yi held the newly cast scabbard in his hand and carefully examined it, his eyes blood red. After 2 months without sleep and rest, Lu Yi felt exhausted even after advancing to the Yuyao realm. Fortunately, the scabbard was finally finished. Beside him, Han Dong's condition was even worse than his. His eye sockets were sunken and his beard was unshaven. Han Dong's cultivation was not weak. He was at the Yuyao realm middle stage, a minor realm higher than Lu Yi. However, one's cultivation realm was one's cultivation realm. One's foundation could not be determined by one's cultivation realm. Lu Yi had reached the peak of the constellation realm. In terms of physique, Han Dong was far inferior to him. At this moment, Han Dong was also looking at the scabbard. He smacked his lips and said, "It's not easy." He did not expect that it would take him 2 months to forge a scabbard. Fortunately, the results were not bad. It is not easy. Lu Yi examined the new scabbard. This thing was forged by him, just like the Panshan saber. It was pitch black and looked unremarkable. However, if one looked down on it because of its unremarkable appearance, one would have to pay the price. Lu Yi channeled a little of his transcendence energy into it. He immediately felt his transcendence energy flow along the lines of the spiritual inscriptions. He took the Pan Shan saber from his waist, unsheathed it, and inserted it into the new scabbard. He continued to nourish it with his transcendence energy. He looked at Han Dong and said, "Thank you, senior brother Han. You're welcome. I've also benefited a lot." During the exchange, Han Dong had indeed learned many things from Lu Yi. They originated from the sword instrument sect, and were things that Jade Snail's Blue Flag Street did not have. Han Dong felt that if he could understand these things, his attainments in refining would rise to another level. To a weapon refiner, this was undoubtedly extremely precious. "Let's go and have a drink," Lu Yi called out. Han Dong did not refuse. From beginning to end, he did not ask what the spiritual inscriptions were for. Beside him, Ma Shangxi, who had waited for 2 months, followed. A moment later, in the valley where Jade Snail was placed, Lu Yi and Han Dong sat across from each other, drinking and chatting happily. Lu Yi did not expect to spend so much time at Jade Snail. Fortunately, the results were smooth. With experience of forging the scabbard, it would be easier to forge it next time with better materials. He prepared to meet Cho Wu tomorrow and ask him about the arrangements at Jade Snail. He had to rush back to the Wanxiang Sea. End of chapter. Chapter 1703. In Han Dong's residence, Lu Yi was drinking and chatting happily with him. After forging the scabbard of the Mountain Pandao, Lu Yi was still very happy. Although the quality of this scabbard was not very high, it could temporarily meet his needs. When his cultivation was high in the future, it would not be too late to reforge it again. At that time it would only be easier. Moreover, Lu Yi had a small idea. The reason why the sword draw was so powerful was because the cultivator's spiritual power had accumulated and nourished the spirit pattern. This thing did not have any rigid requirements for the cultivator's own strength, as long as one was a weapon cultivator. In other words, anyone who had this scabbard could basically use the sword draw ability. Therefore, this thing had the possibility of being popularized. Of course, it was not possible now. Lu Yi had spent 2 months forging this scabbard. How could he have so much time to forge it for others? If there was a chance, perhaps he could try it on a small scale. Among the people close to him, there were still a few weapon cultivators. Not to mention others, the sword cultivator Moon Immortal was quite suitable to have a scabbard containing the sword draw spirit pattern. The killing power of a sword cultivator was originally very strong, and with the instantaneous explosion of the spirit pattern, it would naturally be even stronger. He still had to cultivate the 9 regions' own weapon refiners. If there were enough outstanding weapon refiners in the 9 regions, this idea could be realized. At that time, all the weapon cultivators in the 9 regions would be able to use this method. How terrifying would the explosion of power be? However, this was also difficult. Han Dong's Moon Immortal cultivation was not low, but even if Lu Yi taught him the spirit pattern, he might not be able to forge it in a few years. Lu Yi thought about it briefly and did not think too much about it for the time being. He continued to drink with Han Dong. Han Dong suddenly took out a sound talisman to check. Someone must have sent him a message. The next moment, he suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi saw that his expression was not right and asked. Something unexpected happened. As Han Dong spoke, he was about to walk out as if he was in a hurry. "Junior brother, go back and rest first. I'll come back to find you later." Lu Yi nodded. "Okay." Unexpectedly, Han Dong stopped and looked back at Lu Yi for a while. He raised his hand and said, "Junior brother, come together." Lu Yi was at a loss. He did not know why Han Dong suddenly changed his mind. From the change in Han Dong's expression, it was clear that this was no small matter. Otherwise, Yu Yao wouldn't be in such a hurry. Lu Yi originally thought that this was a family matter of the Jade Conch world, but Han Dong had invited him along. Something didn't seem right. He didn't feel that this matter had anything to do with him, and he wouldn't make any malicious guesses. Since Han Dong had called for him, he stepped forward and followed. Ma Shangxi followed, closely behind. 3 figures soared into the sky. Under Han Dong's lead, they hurriedly rushed towards the outside world. Lu Yi acutely sensed that Han Dong was not the only one who was moving in the Jade Conch world. The few Yuyaos he had seen before were also moving. Even Realm Lord Cho was flying out. What the hell is going on? Normally speaking, unless it was something that could destroy a realm, a sector lord like Cho Wu wouldn't easily take action. But now, even Cho Wu couldn't sit still. This was definitely not a small matter. Lu Yi was puzzled, but he didn't ask. What he should know, he would know. What he shouldn't know, there was no need to ask. Before long, the Jade Conch World's Yu Yaos gathered nearby. They were all familiar faces. The Yu Yaos Lu Yi had seen before were all here. Even Wu Zhuo was present. This surprised Lu Yi because he and Han Dong had been refining artifacts for 2 months. He had thought that Wu Zhuo would leave first. Lu Yi looked at Wu Zhuo, seeking his opinion. Wu Zhuo slowly shook his head, a similarly confused expression on his face. What's the situation? Han Dong asked anxiously. Let's talk as we move. Cho Wu called out, immediately summoning a star boat. Everyone boarded, and the star boat transformed into a streak of light that shot into the depths of the cosmos. Lu Yi sensed something and turned to look back. He saw figures flying out of the Jade Conch world on starboats as well. They were the constellations of the Jade Conch world. Not only were the constellations of the inner realm moving in the same direction, but the constellations of the outer realm were also rushing in the same direction. From the looks of it, all the cultivators of the Jade Conch constellation were on the move. Lu Yi immediately realized that this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. The Jade Conch world was already on the verge of war. On the starboat, the Jade Conch world's Yu Yaos listened to Cho Wu's narration, and their expressions gradually turned grave. Lu Yi and Wu Zhuo stood at the side and listened. They slowly understood what was going on. The entire Jade Conch galaxy was located in a very remote location in the cosmos. This remoteness did not mean that the cultivation resources in the galaxy were poor. Judging from the current situation, although the cultivation resources in the galaxy were not abundant, it was actually not too bad. The biggest reason for its remoteness was that it was difficult to communicate with other galaxies. When the 9 states became a large domain, the constellations began to explore the surrounding cosmos. The Jade Conch world had become a large domain many years ago. There were almost 10 Yu Yaos, so naturally they would explore the surrounding cosmos as well. The range of their exploration was definitely much further than the 9 states. Jade Snail Galaxy was now divided into 3 large realms, extending outwards from the direction of 9 prefectures. Based on the speed of the later stages of Constellation Realm, they would enter an extremely vast and desolate galaxy in 2 years' time. That place was deathly still, and there wasn't even a single realm of the lowest level, much less a cultivation realm. Extending outward from the direction of the Green Dawn Dao world was the chaotic explosion zone. Extending outward from the Jade Conch galaxy was also a desolate domain. However, there were other galaxies in this direction. There was once a Yu Yao in the Jade Conch galaxy who spent 20 years to pass through the desolate domain and reach this galaxy. 20 years was not a short time, even for Yu Yao. With such a long distance, it was difficult for the Jade Conch galaxy to communicate with the other side. Moreover, the Jade Conch galaxy did not have a strong foundation, so they did not dare to make contact with the other side. In the cosmos, there were actually many galaxies like the Jade Conch galaxy. They were either surrounded by the vast, desolate domain or extremely dangerous space wonders. This caused the galaxy to be isolated from the outside world. Under normal circumstances, galaxies like the Jade Conch galaxy would not be too strong, but they would not be too weak either. If they closed their doors and developed on their own, they would not have much of a future. They would not be able to participate in the various top battles in the cosmos. but they would not be in any great danger either. However, unforeseen events happened from time to time. Nearly 3 years ago, the cultivators of the Jade Conch Galaxy discovered something strange in the direction of the desolate domain. There was suddenly an additional layer of cold air in the cosmos, enveloping a large area. This kind of thing was very rare, so when the news was sent back, Yu Yao of the Jade Conch Galaxy immediately went to the scene to investigate. However, she could not find anything out of the ordinary. The cold air that enveloped a large area had appeared out of nowhere and did not dissipate. However, it did not cause any specific harm. After a long time, the Jade Conch Galaxy stopped paying attention to it. The cultivators of the Jade Conch Galaxy called that location the cold region and even marked it on the star map. Soon, the cultivators of the Jade Conch Galaxy discovered that the cold air in the cold region was not harmful. Instead, it had some benefits. This was because cultivators who possessed the power of the cold element would be able to cultivate much more efficiently in the cold region. Gradually, the cold region became a favorite cultivation place for some cultivators. Many cultivators who cultivated the power of the cold element or secret techniques liked to go there. However, things changed half a year ago. The cold region, which had been quiet for 3 years, had some strange changes. The cold air seemed to have come alive and was constantly vibrating rhythmically. The Jade Conch Galaxy naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately sent many people to monitor it. Among them were several Yu Yao. Lu Yi and Wu Zhua had come 2 months ago and discovered that the Jade Conch Galaxy had very few constellations because of this. No one knew whether the cold region was a blessing or a curse. As a precaution, Cho Wu deployed nearly half of the Jade Conch Galaxy's forces there. This way, if anything happened in the cold region, the Jade Conch Galaxy would have enough power to respond. In the end, the unforeseen event really did happen. Half a month ago, the space in the cold region suddenly shattered. Immediately after, a bug path appeared and a large number of creatures charged out fearlessly. Fortunately, Cho Wu had the foresight to place a large number of people there. Therefore, when the situation became unfavorable, the Yu Yao who were overseeing the area immediately led the constellations to stop them. The bug path's location was fixed. The Jade Conch Galaxy had an absolute geographical advantage. The creatures that charged out of the bug path were not strong, and many of them were killed. However, the enemy's power was very special. It seemed to possess an extremely strange power of pollution. After they died, the power of pollution did not dissipate. It gathered and grew larger, causing the Jade Conch cultivators to be restrained. In addition, there was an endless stream of invaders. It seemed like there was no end to them. It was only a matter of time before the cold region's bug path fell. Therefore, the Yu Yao on the other side made a prompt decision. She ordered someone to send a message to the Jade Conch Galaxy and ask for reinforcements. The message passed through layers and layers. It only took a day to reach the Jade Conch Galaxy from the cold region. When the Jade Conch Galaxy received the message, they did not delay. Almost all of the remaining forces of the entire domain went to provide reinforcements. This was because Cho Wu realized that this was very likely to be a disaster for the Jade Conch Galaxy. If it was not handled well, the entire domain would be destroyed. Lu Yi frowned when he heard this. Just as he was about to ask which race the invaders were from, he suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged. He turned to look and saw Ma Shangxi looking at him. He transmitted his voice with a solemn expression. "My lord, it should be the filth race." Lu Yi was startled and asked, "Are you sure?" "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, with the cold region's bug path and the power of pollution, it can't be wrong. Other than the filth race, no other race can do such a thing." Lu Ye's expression became serious. If it was the filth race, then things would be troublesome. The filth race. In the starry sky, it was a race that made almost all races tremble in fear. This race had once almost unified the entire starry sky and enslaved all races in the starry sky. Lu Yi knew this because he had read some records in the dwarf race's Rest Abyss Pavilion. However, those records were very vague. Because it was so long ago, even the dwarf race did not know the inside story. However, there was no doubt that the filth race was an extremely powerful and evil race. Lu Yi had never imagined that a remote place like the Jade Conch Galaxy would one day face such a crisis. End of chapter. Chapter 1704. There were all kinds of races in the cosmos, including those without or with low intelligence. There were at least 8,000 of them. Among the myriad races in the cosmos, there were two races that were the most notorious. One was the insect race, and the other was the blood race. The insect race loved to invade realms and devour their resources to develop themselves. Thus, wherever the insect race went, all life would be exterminated. The blood race did not do much worse. Any living being in a realm they targeted would become their blood slaves, their lives at their mercy. Thus, the insect race and the blood race were not in a good situation. They were basically hated by everyone. The blood race had the ability to disguise themselves as humans, so their situation was slightly better. The insect race, on the other hand, could not. Even if they took human form, the insect race's characteristics were extremely obvious and easy to distinguish. In addition to these two major races, there was actually another race that was despised by the myriad races. That was the filth race. However, unlike the insect race and the blood race, not everyone knew about the filth race. This was because they rarely showed themselves, but when they did, they would bring about a devastating disaster. Take the Jade Conch, for example. Even now, they had not figured out what the enemy was. The root of all this was the filth race's concealment. The blood race had 5 top-grade realms, each formed by a part of the blood progenitor's body. Although the locations of these realms were not fixed, there were still traces to follow. The insect race was in a similar situation. Several top-grade insect nests were under the surveillance of the starry sky powerhouses and could not be easily moved. If not for the fact that the blood race and the insect race had many powerhouses, which made it difficult for the various races to reach a consensus, the insect race would have long since been annihilated. However, no one knew where the filth race's foundation was. They would often use the insect path to suddenly appear, destroy a star system, and then disappear without a trace, leaving behind only a cruel and chaotic scene. Rumor had it that the filth race's foundation was called the Filth Earth. It was a massive realm and one of the top-grade realms in the cosmos. However, this was only a rumor, and no one could verify it. Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi's voice transmission didn't escape the ears of the Yu Yao in Jade Conch. Han Dong couldn't help but turn to look at them. "Junior brother Lu, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know something?" Right now, the first thing Yu Conch had to figure out was what race the enemy was and what they wanted to do. Only then could they come up with a suitable response. If they didn't even know the most basic information, they would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought. Lu Yi said, "I'm not too sure, but Ma Shangxi told me that the ones coming from the insect path should be the filth race." Filthy race? Yu Luo, Yu Yao, and even Wu Zhuo were confused. They had never heard of it before. Lu Yi turned to look at Ma Shangxi. "Tell me in detail." Ma Shangxi then told her everything she knew about the filth tribe. Han Dong felt that Lu Yi had been in the myriad phenomenon sea for many years and was very knowledgeable. However, Ma Shangxi was still the most knowledgeable among all the Yu Yao present. She was the strongest and had lived the longest. She had once disguised herself as a human and stayed in the myriad phenomenon sea for many years. In terms of knowledge, she was far more knowledgeable than Lu Yi. After hearing about the filth race, Cho Wu's expression turned solemn. How can fellow Taoist Ma determine that the ones coming this time are the filth race? Ma Shangxi said, "It's very simple. Their method of invasion is basically the same as what I've heard. They're using a frigid insect path." It is said that the filth race has a starry sky, supreme treasure, called the Heavenly Frost Mirror. With this treasure, the filth race can release Heavenly Frost Chi at a random location in the starry sky. It should be the frigid realm you saw before. This Heavenly Frost Chi isn't too harmful and is even useful for the cultivation of some cultivators. However, it has another greatest use, which is to freeze space and then shatter it, artificially creating an insect path that can be used to travel back and forth. A starry sky, supreme treasure. The Heavenly Frost Mirror. Yu Luo and the other Yu Yao were shocked. Even though they were born in a remote area, they had heard of starry sky, supreme treasures. These were treasures that were born when the starry sky was born. There were only a few of them in the entire starry sky. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was concerned about something else. Although he didn't have a starry sky supreme treasure, he had come into contact with a few, so his reaction wasn't as great as Yu Luo's Yu Yao. Random. In other words, the filth race can't determine where the Heavenly Frost Chi will be released? That's what they said. Ma Shangxi nodded. Motherf asterisk cur. Wu Zhua couldn't help but curse. Why are we so unlucky? Yu Luo and the other Yu Yao also felt extremely unlucky. The starry sky was so vast, so how could the Heavenly Frost Chi appear in Yu Luo galaxy? Yu Luo was in a remote area. It wasn't easy for Lu Ye to appear and open up a path to the myriad phenomenon sea. Just as the good days were about to arrive, something like this happened. Cho Wu's expression was solemn. If it's as fellow Taoist Ma said, then isn't the filth race incredibly powerful? Rizhao, there should be quite a few of them, right? Ma Shangxi nodded. The filth race naturally has a lot of experts. Rizhao will definitely be there, and his numbers won't be small. However, Sector Lord doesn't need to worry about Rizhao attacking. From what I know, the Heavenly Frost Mirror's insect path is different from the real insect path. It has a certain tolerance limit, so Rizhao can't directly attack through the insect path. Han Dong muttered, the insect path is like a water pipe. Rizhao is bigger than the water pipe, so he can't pass through? If he forced his way through, he might burst the water pipe? Something like that. Ma Shangxi nodded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, slightly relieved. Because with the Jade Conch Eye's power, if Rizhao really attacked, there was no need for them to resist. All they had to do was wash their necks and reach out. Even so, the situation wasn't optimistic. Even if Rizhao couldn't pass through, Yu Yao definitely could. Moreover, the filth race was such a large race. Even if there weren't many Yu Yao, as long as 30 to 50 of them came, the Jade Conch Galaxy wouldn't be able to stop them. As if seeing everyone's worry, Ma Shangxi said, the situation shouldn't be that pessimistic. The filth race is a race that conquers everywhere, so the Jade Conch Galaxy is definitely not the only battlefield they opened with the help of the Heavenly Frost Mirror. Hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. In other words, even if the other party is really from the filth race, we only need to face a small portion of the filth race's power? That's right. Now that the insect path has been opened, there's only one way to protect the galaxy. Kill all the enemies and make the filth race retreat, Ma Shangxi said. Although that was what he said, Ma Shangxi knew that it was too difficult to do this with the Jade Conch Eye's power. He secretly made up his mind that if the situation was bad, he would take the Lord away from here. He couldn't let the Lord die here. Next, Ma Shangxi shared some information he knew about the filth race. The more they knew about the filth race, the more they realized how difficult the situation would be. During the journey, there was a steady stream of news from the cold region. The situation was not optimistic. It had only been a few days, but the cold region was about to fall. It was not that the Jade Conch cultivators were not fighting hard enough. Although they did not know the details of the filth race, they could see that if the cold region could not be defended, the Jade Conch cultivators would be destroyed soon. Therefore, they were almost doing their best. However, the enemies were not afraid of death. and the filth power in their bodies would dissipate after death. Now that the cold region was filled with the filth power, there was only one insect path for the enemies to pass through. As long as the jade conch cultivators guarded the exit of the insect path, they would have the geographical advantage. However, the situation was reversed now. If the jade conch cultivators wanted to kill the enemies, they had to risk being eroded by the filth power. The current situation was that the jade conch cultivators could not kill the enemies, but they could not kill them either. They were tied up. This was the most difficult thing about the filth race. They did not care about death because the people who died were not their own cultivators. Moreover, the initial death was just to pave the way for the final conquest. Based on the news from the cold region, the enemies killed by the jade conch cultivators were not the filth race at all, but the cultivators of various races enslaved by the filth race. The filth race hid in the shadows all year round and launched wars with the help of the heavenly frost mirror. Countless galaxies were destroyed. Not all the living beings in those galaxies were killed. Many of them were infected by the filth power and became slaves for the filth race to launch new wars. Therefore, there was only one thing the jade conch cultivators could do now, and that was to do their best to dispel or purify the filth power in the cold region. The effect was not great because those who had this kind of power were basically medical cultivators, and medical cultivators were the least in number among the various sections. The starboat Lu Yi was on was already rushing toward the cold region at its fastest speed, but even so, it would still take a few days to arrive. 2 days later, new news came from the battlefield. After the filth race had gathered a certain number of people in the cold region, no new enemies appeared. Instead, they were setting up something. As time passed, the jade conch cultivators felt that the insect path in the cold region was stabilizing. The insect path was created by the heavenly frost mirror's cold energy, freezing and shattering space. It was not the same as a normal insect path, so it was not stable at first and its size was limited. This was also the reason why Rizhao could not directly kill his way over. If he forced his way through, there was a risk that the insect path would collapse. Once the insect path collapsed, the living beings who passed through would not have a good ending. But now, with the filth race's various arrangements, the insect path was stabilizing. This was a very bad sign because if the insect path was stable enough, would Rizhao of the filth race be able to kill his way over? If that was the case, the jade conch cultivators would be completely finished. When the news came, everyone turned to look at Ma Shangxi, who shook her head and said, "That's all I know about the filth race. I don't know anything else, but according to the information we received, everything the enemy is doing is very likely to lure Rizhao over." The group of Yao felt their scalps go numb. Chou Wu could not help but urge, "Faster, faster!" End of this chapter. Chapter 1705. The two jade conches and Yu Yaos in charge of steering the starship madly circulated their magic power. But even so, the starship's speed had already reached its limit. Chou Wu had no choice but to send a message to the jade conch's cultivators, ordering them to stop the filth tribe at all costs. They couldn't let the filth tribe set up their trap. He knew that once the filth tribe succeeded and Rizhao showed up, the jade conches would never be able to make a comeback. Although the current situation was dire, the jade conches could at least fight. However, the feedback they received made Chou Wu despair. Although Rizhao hadn't shown up on the filth tribe side, more than a dozen Yu Yaos had already appeared. Coupled with the fact that the frigid zone was filled with the power of filth, the jade conches cultivators couldn't do anything. If they forced their way in, they might even die. Faced with such a situation, the jade conches cultivators could only watch helplessly. The next day, the frigid zone came into sight. On the starship, Lu Yi looked ahead and saw a vast expanse of gray fog shrouding the starry sky. That should be the original location of the frigid zone. Lu Yi had never seen such a thing before. Even looking at it from afar, the gray fog gave off an extremely foul feeling, as if it was formed from the filth of the world. It made people involuntarily feel disgusted. Under the cover of the power of filth, the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. However, they could still vaguely see many figures moving about. Lu Yi also sensed the aura of the insect path from the center of the gray fog. When they arrived, the Yu Yaos who were originally stationed here came forward to greet them. Their cultivation bases varied. There were early to late-stage Yu Yaos, but without exception, their faces were ashen and their auras were weak. On the surface, they didn't seem injured, but they looked like they had consumed too many spirit pills, causing pill toxins to accumulate in their bodies and impeding the flow of their power. The Yu Yaos naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, it wasn't pill toxins that were affecting the flow of their magic power, but the strange power of filth. When they met, Cho Wu asked anxiously, "What's the situation now?" The middle-aged man who was the leader wiped his face. They didn't take the initiative to attack. They've been guarding the insect path all this while. I don't know what they're doing, but we've failed to break in. Instead, we've lost some people. The insect path is stabilizing. If what you said is true, then once the insect path stabilizes completely, Rizhao will definitely arrive. How strong are they? Cho Wu asked again. The middle-aged man said, "They're not particularly strong, but they're not weak either. They're at a normal level. If it's one-on-one, I'm not afraid of them. But in that environment, filled with filthy energy, it's hard for us to perform." Another pale-faced woman nodded and said, "That's right. Once you enter that place, not only do you have to fight with the enemy, you also have to constantly circulate your magic power to resist the corrosion of the power of filth. If you're not careful, your magic power will be polluted, and it will be very troublesome to disperse it. Under normal circumstances, even if some pill toxins had accumulated in Yu Yao's body, it wouldn't be troublesome to deal with them. However, the filthy energy that invaded their bodies was different from pill toxins. It was much more difficult to deal with and expel. Looking at the current situation, the Yu Yao of the filth race had the advantage in numbers and the geographical advantage, but they were clearly well versed in the art of conquest. Even though they had the advantage, they didn't take the initiative to attack, only guarding the insect path and busily making arrangements. They clearly wanted Rizhao to come and settle the situation with a single battle. "We can't let them continue." Cho Wu shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Under such circumstances, Yu Kong was at her wit's end and could only fight. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Yu Kong. While the Yu Yao were talking, Lu Yi was looking at the original location of the frigid domain. Using his perception, he could sense a dozen or so Yu Yao's auras inside. On the other hand, there were also a dozen or so people on their side, but in terms of numbers, they were slightly inferior to the enemy. "Junior brother Lu, Hall Master Wu, I'll need your help in this battle." Cho Wu turned to look at Lu Yi and Wu Zhuo. Wu Zhuo immediately said, "No problem. Since we're here, I won't just stand by and watch." Lu Yi nodded and said, "Just give us the order, Realm Lord." Both he and Wu Zhuo understood that if the lips were gone, the teeth would feel cold. Although the evil here was close to the Yu Kong domain, if Yu Kong was defeated, the 9 states and Qing Li Dao world would not have a good ending. Protecting the Yu Kong domain was protecting the 9 states and Qing Li Dao world. After receiving the two's response, Cho Wu calmed down. Lu Yi was in the early stage of the Yu Yao, so he didn't have much hope. However, Wu Zhuo was in the middle stage and could be of great help. Moreover, Lu Ye's servant, Ma Shangxi, was in the peak stage of the Yu Yao. They would definitely be of great help. Cho Wu was only glad that Lu Yi and Wu Zhuo had remained in the Yu Kong domain. Otherwise, with the Yu Kong domain strength alone, there might not be any hope. There were still many Yu Kong constellations rushing over, but they would not make it in time. Cho Wu didn't hesitate and immediately started to deploy. In fact, there wasn't much to deploy. The strength of both sides was obvious. What he needed to do now was to quickly get rid of the enemy's Yu Yao. then find a way to destroy the enemy's arrangements and stop the enemy's sunlight from descending. Just as Ma Shangxi had said before, if they wanted to protect the Yu-Conk domain, they had to get rid of the filth race in front of them and make them retreat. It would be best if they could make them voluntarily close the insect path. Otherwise, if the insect path was here, it would be like having a fierce tiger under their bed. The star system's future would not be stable. The number of Yu Yao was about the same, so they had to target them separately. Under Cho Wu's arrangements, each of the enemies Yu Yao was targeted. However, although the number of Yu Yao was about the same, the enemy's number was greater. Therefore, they had to fight with numbers. The situation wasn't optimistic, but since things had come to this, they could only brace themselves. No matter who it was, no one was optimistic about the outcome of this battle. Lu Yi looked at the middle-aged man who had spoken before and suddenly said, "Senior brother, may I ask how much strength you can use now?" The middle-aged man sighed, 80 to 90%. Lu Yi nodded. "Senior brother, don't move. Let me see if I can dispel the filthy power." Saying so, he raised his hand and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man was startled. "Junior brother Lu, you're also a medical cultivator?" It wasn't that the filthy power couldn't be dispelled or purified. It was just very troublesome. Moreover, those who had such means were usually medical cultivators. Lu Yi looked like a weapon cultivator at first glance, so the middle-aged man couldn't help but be a little puzzled. You can say that. Lu Yi didn't explain too much. Saying so, he urged his spiritual power and the power of the talent tree. As his spiritual power circulated, it began to flow through the middle-aged man's body. The next moment, the middle-aged man's expression froze, revealing a look of disbelief. This was because he felt that as Lu Ye's spiritual power circulated, the filthy power in his body was rapidly dissolving. The situation was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun. He was well aware of how tenacious the impure energy was. Based on his own abilities, he could easily expel it in half a year of seclusion. However, the method Lu Yi was using had the miraculous effect of curing the disease. It was truly shocking. Lu Yi wasn't surprised by the middle-aged man's reaction. The talent tree could burn away the curse power that was deeply embedded in the merpeople's bloodline. No matter how difficult this filthy power was to deal with, it couldn't be more powerful than the merpeople's curse. How could the talent tree remain after being burned away? Back then, when Lu Yi helped the merpeople burn away the curse power, he had to be very careful because the curse was a bloodline inheritance. To completely burn it away required a lot of effort, and it also caused considerable damage to the merpeople's physical bodies. But now it wasn't so troublesome. The flow of spiritual power did cause some damage to the middle-aged man's physical body, but with his Yu Yao foundation, he could recover in the blink of an eye. At most, he would feel some burning pain. Compared to the power to burn away the filthy power, this little bit of pain was nothing. After a short while, Lu Yi withdrew his hand. The middle-aged man stared at Lu Yi in a daze, not knowing what to say. After a long while, he finally said, "Junior brother's method is simply amazing." Cho Wu's eyes lit up. "You've dealt with the filthy power." "It's done." The middle-aged man nodded. He sensed the condition of his body. "There's nothing left." The other Yu Yao who had been corroded by the filthy power also looked at Lu Yi with bright eyes. A great battle was imminent. Even the slightest bit of power could be the key to their survival. "Junior brother Lu, please lend us a hand." "We can't thank you enough," someone immediately said. Since Lu Yi had taken action, he naturally wouldn't just save one of them. He immediately helped them burn away the filthy power one by one. Without the filthy power, the Yu Yao felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Cho Wu thought for a moment before saying, "Junior brother Lu, it's best if you don't participate in this battle." Since Lu Yi could so easily deal with the filthy power, he was far more important than participating in this battle. Moreover, He was only an early Yu Yao. If he participated in this battle, he would undoubtedly be in more danger than the others. Chou Wu was afraid that something would happen to him. Lu Yi said, "It's all right. We have fewer people than the other side to begin with. Without me, the pressure on the others will increase. I'll just be careful." Chou Wu thought for a moment and felt that Lu Yi was right. He warned, "You must be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately flee the battlefield. Your life is your top priority." Lu Yi nodded. "Let's do it," Chou Wu said softly as he looked at the area shrouded in gray fog. In the next instant, as orders were passed down, the Jade Conch constellations began to move, including 2 battleships. The Jade Conch constellations were now divided into 2 groups. One of them had been here for a long time and had fought several battles with the Yu Yao. The other group was still on their way here and would probably take another 10 days to half a month to reach the battlefield. These 2 battleships had been driven here by the Jade Conch constellations and were stationed here. The battle now began with the rumbling of the 2 battleships. Chapter 1706. The warships buzzed as violent attacks rained down on the area where the gray fog was. In an instant, many auras were annihilated. Although the Filth tribe was not afraid of death and had even used a large number of deaths to gain the geographical advantage, things were different now. Now that the Filth tribe was busy stabilizing the insect path, they naturally did not want to be disturbed by the Jade Conch tribe. The gray fog immediately counterattacked. The cultivators under the Yu Yao from both sides fought in the air. This kind of battle was extremely advantageous for the Jade Conch cultivators because they could fight while fleeing. However, it was very disadvantageous for the Filth tribe. Although the area covered by the gray fog was not small, there was still a limit. The space for them to move was limited. This restriction caused the Filth tribe's casualties to soar. In just a short incense stick's worth of time since the battle began, there were nearly 1,000 auras in the gray fog. Even so, the Filth tribe's Yu Yao did not move. They did not seem to care about the deaths of their own cultivators and were still busy making arrangements. As a large number of Filth tribe's death and filth force spread, the gray fog seemed to expand. This was the fundamental reason why the Jade Conch tribe's cultivators were able to take down the insect path despite having the geographical advantage. The more Filth tribe they killed, the larger the area covered by the gray fog and the denser the Filth tribe's power became. As they fought, the Jade Conch tribe's cultivators were forced to retreat. "It's about time." Chou Wu watched quietly and said softly, "The Filth tribe had not sent any reinforcements because there was no movement at the insect path. However, it did not mean that the Filth tribe would never send reinforcements if the situation continued like this. With the insect path here, it was very easy for the Filth tribe to send reinforcements. Therefore, from the beginning, Chou Wu did not plan to use this method to determine the outcome. The battle between the Yu Yao was the key. As long as they could win on the Yu Yao's level and kill all the Yu Yao, the rest could be slaughtered. Attack! With Chou Wu's order, the Yu Yao on his side moved together and charged toward the area covered by the gray fog. Everyone had their own goal. This was all arranged in advance. If this were in the past, the Yu Yao of Jade Conch might have had their hands tied because they had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to deal with the foul energy. However, now that Lu Yi had used a technique that could swiftly disperse the foul energy, they no longer had any worries. Furthermore, they knew that if they lost this battle, only destruction would await Jade Conch City. As such, the Yu Yao of Jade Conch City didn't hold back at all. They frantically circulated their magic power and locked onto their targets with boundless killing intent. Chou Wu arranged for Lu Yi to be at the early moon jade stage, which was undoubtedly based on his cultivation. At that time, Lu Yi did not express any opinions. So what if it was the early moon jade stage? It was a good opportunity to see what the filthy race was like. "My lord, you must be careful." Ma Shangxi's voice sounded beside his ear. Compared to Yu Conch, He was undoubtedly more concerned about Lu Ye's safety. Lu Yi nodded and charged into the gray fog. He sensed it carefully and quickly realized that the foul energy within the gray mist was somewhat similar to the water of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It was extremely corrosive, but its corrosive strength was far inferior to the water of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. In the 10,000 Elephant Sea, even the Sun Radiant Realm cultivators couldn't resist the corrosion of the sea water. Although the foul energy within the gray mist was very corrosive, it wasn't to that extent. At the very least, Lu Yi could sense that if he circulated his magic power to protect himself, he could resist it. The only price he would have to pay was that his magic power consumption would be higher than usual. If he could resist it here, then the other Yao should be able to do the same. In other words, if there were no external disturbances, then a Yao with sufficient magic power wouldn't be corroded by the foul energy even if she stayed here for a long time. However, if a battle broke out, then it would be impossible. During a great battle, a cultivator's protective magic power could not be maintained at all times. During a fierce battle, if there was even the slightest obstruction in the flow of magic power, then the foul energy would immediately invade their bodies. The Yao of Jade Conch City had most likely encountered such a situation. Thus, when fighting against the filthy race in this kind of environment, no race would be able to gain an advantage. This was because they would have to divert a portion of their magic power to protect themselves. Lu Yi only needed to use his senses for a moment to discern the various characteristics of the gray mist. The auras of many living beings in front of him approached him, their cultivation levels uneven. Most of them were star mansions, and Lu Yi even sensed the auras of divine ocean cultivators. Under normal circumstances, divine ocean cultivators couldn't leave the realm and traverse the starry sky with their physical bodies. This was because if their physique wasn't up to par, they wouldn't be able to resist the omnipresent starry sky energy. Only star mansions had the qualifications to do so. However, there were exceptions to everything. On the insect race's side, not to mention divine ocean cultivators, even true lake insect race cultivators had the ability to move through the starry sky. They relied on the special carapace, specially bred by their hives. This special carapace could resist the starry sky energy and prevent the insect race from dying. On the blood race's side, there was the blood sea. Cultivators with higher cultivation levels could bring cultivators with lower cultivation levels across the starry sky. The situation on the filthy race's side was clear at a glance. The foul energy in the gray mist had undoubtedly created a suitable space for these divine ocean filthy race cultivators to move about. Within this area, there was no starry sky energy at all, so the divine ocean filthy race cultivators were naturally unaffected. However, whether it was divine ocean cultivators or star mansions, there were nothing in front of the current Lu Yi. He didn't even have the desire to draw his saber. He raised his hand and launched a series of fire-type spell techniques. He hadn't done this for a long time. With the talent tree, his attainments in the Tao of spell techniques were not low. Flames soared into the sky and illuminated the starry sky. Lu Ye's figure did not stop as he slaughtered his way out. In front of him, Yao of the filthy race, who had been locked onto by his divine sense, roared and brazenly charged forward. Her magic power fluctuated wildly, and her aura was extremely ferocious. It was only then that Lu Yi realized what kind of person his opponent was. It was actually a star beast. He had learned a lot about the filthy race from Ma Shangxi, so Lu Yi could tell at a glance that his opponent was not a filthy race cultivator, but a slave enslaved by the filthy race. The filthy race was different from other races. It was a race, but it was actually a general term. This was because this race was all-inclusive. Any living being of any race could become a filthy race. The only condition was that they could maintain their own consciousness after being infected by the foul energy. The foul energy was extremely invasive. Most living beings would lose their rationality after being infected, leaving only their instincts. These living beings were slaves to the filthy race. However, there were also a small number of living beings who could maintain their rationality. Such living beings, no matter what race they were before, would become a filthy race cultivator. The star beast in front of Lu Yi was obviously just a slave. Sensing Lu Ye's malice, it charged forward without restraint. Lu Yi had expected this. There must be a real filthy race cultivator among the dozen, or so Yu Yao here. Otherwise, a group of mindless slaves would not be able to do anything. It was just that before the battle began, no one could tell which was a real filthy race cultivator and which was a slave. When it got closer, Lu Yi could see what the star beast looked like. It was a rotten meatball with green water all over its body. It reminded Lu Yi of the corpse race. That was what the corpse race looked like. The rotten meatball-like star beast was the size of a house. Its limbs were extremely short, and its claws were almost negligible. Only its 2 legs were thick and sturdy, and its head was pitifully small. Its entire body was extremely disproportionate. Lu Yi had never seen such a star beast before. However, there were many types of star beasts, so Lu Yi was not surprised. There was nothing to say. He directly blasted out a violent spell technique. In an instant, flames soared into the sky and enveloped the star beast. With a furious roar, the star beast's huge body was forced back again and again. It could not even get close to Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi was a weapon cultivator, his magic power was extremely pure. The power of his spell techniques could not be underestimated. He was confident that he could easily deal with such an enemy. The continuous collision of spells caused the star beast's body to begin to break apart. Green juice splattered everywhere. Just as Lu Yi was about to take it down in one go, the star beast roared again from within the flames. Immediately after, hundreds of green lights suddenly bloomed. The green lights were dazzling, and Lu Ye's vision was instantly filled with green. At the same time, he felt his spirit sea being attacked. However, soon after, 7-colored, multicolored light blossomed. After receiving the impact, the divine sea that was surging with waves calmed down. When Lu Yi looked again, he could clearly see what the green lights that had attacked his spirit sea were. They were actually emerald eyes. There were hundreds of them on the star beast's round body. At this moment, they were all open and constantly emitting green light. It was an extremely strange sight. This was clearly the star beast's method. Moreover, it had the effect of attacking the spirit. If it were not for the rainbow divine lotus, Lu Yi might have suffered a small loss. Of course, it was impossible for the star beast to use this method to kill him. Although Lu Yi had just become a Yu Yao, the toughness of his spirit was incomparable to that of an ordinary Yu Yao. The star beast could not get close to Lu Yi. The divine might released by the hundreds of eyes was also ineffective. If it were a normal star beast, it would have definitely turned around and fled. However, this star beast had long since lost its consciousness. It was only under the control of the Filth tribe. It had no intention of fleeing at all. It continued to charge toward Lu Yi. Another fire dragon roared and rushed out. It tore through the star beast's chest and burrowed into its flesh. Then it exploded. Immediately after, numerous spell techniques were unleashed. After 3 breaths, the star beast's rotting body completely disintegrated. Yu Yao had died. Yu Yao was slightly startled by the commotion. Everyone hurriedly released their divine sense to investigate the situation. They were all on edge, afraid that they would discover something unfavorable to their side. However, to their surprise, Lu Ye's battle had already ended. How long had it been? They had only just charged over and clashed with their enemy. Yet, Lu Yi had already dealt with his opponent? Wasn't this speed a little too fast? End of Chapter 1. Chapter 1707. Within the gray mist, Ma Shangxi had already clashed with his enemies. He was under immense pressure, so he didn't have the time to investigate the situation elsewhere. The main reason he was under so much pressure was that he had to deal with 2 enemies, and both of them were late-stage Yu Yao beings. this couldn't be helped. They had fewer Yao beings on their side than their enemies. As one of the two most powerful Yao beings on their side, he naturally had to contribute more. This was Chou Wu's arrangement. Although there was pressure, it wasn't a big problem. Ma Shangxi had unleashed his sea of blood from the get-go, enveloping his two enemies within. Blood tribe cultivators often used their seas of blood to create an advantageous environment for themselves. This was the most commonly used method. Not only were the two late-stage Yao beings enveloped by his sea of blood, but many of the star mansions and divine seas in the surrounding area were also enveloped. If this were any other place, Ma Shangxi was confident that he would be able to exterminate all of his enemies within his sea of blood. However, the environment here wasn't normal. Within the sea of blood's range, the rich power of turbidity was corroding even the sea of blood. Ma Shangxi immediately felt that something was amiss. He secretly estimated that he could at most hold on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Once the time limit was exceeded, he might not even be able to keep his blood sea. When that time came, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Hence, he couldn't wait to kill one of the late-stage Yao beings. However, even though he was already at the peak of the Yao realm, he was still a late-stage Yao being. How could it be so easy to quickly kill an enemy of the same cultivation level? Just as he was contemplating what to do, he suddenly sensed that someone had barged into his sea of blood. Ma Shangxi instinctively sensed this, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Holy Venerable One?" It was Lu Yi, who had immediately rushed in after dealing with his opponent. Lu Yi knew his side's arrangements, so he naturally understood the pressure Ma Shangxi was under. Hence, he immediately came to provide assistance. "You lead the way, I'll kill the enemies," Lu Yi instructed. Ma Shangxi hurriedly complied. He activated the might of his sea of blood and split into two late-stage Yao beings while guiding Lu Yi. 2 breaths later, Lu Yi had already arrived at a certain location within the sea of blood. He could clearly sense the aura of a late-stage Yao being in front of him. He could even make out the rough outline of the other party. It looked like a human, but it was unclear what race it originally belonged to. However, judging from its violent aura, it was most likely another filth that had been transformed and had lost its own rationality. Staring at the blurry silhouette, Lu Yi rushed forward and pressed his hand on the hilt of the mountain pan saber. As if sensing Lu Ye's hidden killing intent, the figure suddenly turned around. His magic power surged violently as he pounced towards Lu Yi. The pan mountain saber was unsheathed at this moment. A faint radiance blossomed, and soon after, the will spun like a moon. Slashing through the waves, a huge gap was slashed open in the sea of blood that was so thick that it was almost solid. The saber light swept into the depths and slashed out for a distance of 10 miles before the violent might slowly dissipated. Ma Shangxi, who had been paying close attention to the situation on Lu Ye's side and was ready to help at any time, opened his mouth wide as if he had seen something inconceivable. It wasn't until Yu Yao's late-stage aura suddenly vanished that Ma Shangxi snapped back to reality. Even he found it difficult to deal with an enemy who was at the late stage of Moon Jade Realm. However, the Holy Venerate had killed him with a single slash. Was the Holy Venerate this strong? Because Lu Yi had unleashed his power in Ma Shangxi's sea of blood, Ma Shangxi had clearly sensed the terror of that slash. It was not a slash that an early-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator could produce. If he had been in Lu Ye's shoes, even if he did not die, he would not have had a good ending. Ma Shangxi was at a loss. "Let's kill him together." Lu Ye's voice rang out in his ears. Only then did Ma Shangxi snap out of his daze and rush toward the other late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator with Lu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ye's saber-wielding right arm trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength. This was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. Ever since he had passed Wang Xiu's test on the way back to the 9 states and obtained the saber-draw inheritance, he had been maintaining the spirit pattern on the mountain pan mountain saber. The nourishment of the saber draw spirit pattern had long reached its limit. Even when he had been forging the scabbard with Han Dong, Lu Yi had not given up on maintaining the spirit pattern. This was because it was his strongest trump card at the moment, and he could use it at any time. And now it really did come in handy. This was the first time Lu Yi had used the saber draw, and the power of this thing was greater than he had expected. It could be said that this kind of attack was not something he should have been able to execute with his current cultivation. This caused his body to bear a huge burden, and he could not even control the attack perfectly. When dealing with the early stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator, Lu Yi did not even bring out the Mountain Pan Mountain Saber. He was determined to leave the first strike to the late stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator. The plan was proceeding smoothly. The early stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator was blasted to death by his spell technique, and the late stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator was killed by his saber. It did not even have a chance to react. There was only one late stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator left in the sea of blood. Even if Lu Yi did not interfere, Ma Shangxi still had the ability to deal with it. However, the environment of this battlefield was unfavorable to the cultivators on their side, so they had to end the battle quickly. The late-stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator was already a little dizzy from being trapped in the sea of blood. It did not know what was going on. When Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi joined forces to surround it, it immediately fell into a sorry state. Ma Shangxi also knew that he could not delay, so he did not hold back at all. He was a peak stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator. It could be said that he was a combination of magic and body cultivator. Under his frenzied attacks, the enemy in the sea of blood could only defend, unable to retaliate at all. Lu Yi swam around from the side, waiting for an opportunity to strike with his saber. Before the enemy could retaliate, he had already fled far away. When the enemy's attention was focused on Ma Shangxi again, he ran over and slashed with his saber. In less than 10 breaths of time, the late-stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator had been slashed several times. Each wound was so deep that bone could be seen. The Mountain Pan Mountain Saber had been upgraded to a Dharma treasure after Lu Ye's cultivation base had been substituted, and its sharpness had risen to a whole new level. Now that it was supplemented by Lu Ye's Divine Edge spirit marks, it could be said that under the premise of being at the same cultivation base, there was basically no physical body that could block the Mountain Pan Mountain Saber's attacks. The only exception was a defensive Dharma treasure. However, after being upgraded to a Dharma treasure, the Mountain Pan Mountain Saber had gained an additional characteristic. Its destructive power against defensive Dharma treasures was especially strong. Therefore, even if the enemy really did bring out a defensive Dharma treasure, it would not be able to change the situation. At most, it would only be able to buy some time. The late-stage Moon Jade Realm Cultivator's physique was very strong. Under normal circumstances, even if she was injured by Lu Yi, she would be able to quickly recover. However, the strange power of the Dharma treasure entwined around the wounds, preventing them from healing. Thus, even though the enemy was intentionally controlling the large wounds so that not too much blood flowed out, they were unable to heal. Ma Shangxi, blood tracing art. Lu Yi growled. With a wave of his saber, a strange power spread out in all directions. The invisible Dharma power entwining around the enemy's wounds was immediately affected. In an instant, the already large wounds were torn open and widened. At the same time, Ma Shangxi also activated the blood tracing art. The blood tracing art was a low-level spell technique of the blood race. Under normal circumstances, a true lake realm cultivator would be qualified to cultivate it. The blood tracing art's function was very simple: to draw the blood from the enemy's wounds and hasten the loss of blood. Therefore, it was best not to get injured when fighting against a blood race cultivator. Even if you were injured, you had to recover as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the wounds were exposed, the blood tracing art would be used by the blood tracing art. This was especially true in a unique environment like the Blood Sea. When Ma Shangxi, a peak moon jade, activated the blood tracing art, its power would be infinitely amplified. The moment the large wounds on the enemy's body were torn open, Ma Shangxi activated the blood tracing art. In an instant, the few wounds that were originally not bleeding much suddenly gushed out like pillars of blood. In this area, the sea of blood, which was already thick to begin with, became even thicker. Ma Shangxi activated the blood tracing art madly. She couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth, as if she had just tasted something delicious. The blood essence of a late-stage moon jade was indeed food for a blood race cultivator like Ma Shangxi. After the blood gushed out, it merged into the blood sea. Ma Shangxi could find an opportunity to refine it later and use it to strengthen her own blood sea. The late-stage moon jade roared at the sky as if she had sensed that her death was imminent. With a thought, she locked onto Lu Ye's position and charged toward him. As she moved, her body rapidly shriveled up. This was a sign that she had lost too much blood essence. The loss of blood essence wasn't the only thing that affected her. It also affected the foundation of a cultivator. Thus, the late-stage moon jade's aura was weakening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lu Yi didn't dodge at all. He raised his saber and charged forward. Before the enemy could even react, he had already arrived behind her with Ma Shangxi's help. When he slashed out with his saber, the faint sound of bestial roars could be heard. She bared her fangs and lunged forward. In the next instant, another late-stage moon jade's aura died. At this moment, the moon jades of Jade Conch Mountain were filled with shock. The destruction of a late-stage moon jade's aura was too loud. Even with the concealment of Ma Shangxi's blood sea, it couldn't hide it. Chou Wu and the others had already sensed it when Lu Yi killed the first late-stage moon jade. Aside from their joy, they were also shocked. This was because the speed of this battle was too fast. They all knew that Ma Shangxi and the moon jade were at the peak of their cultivation bases. But even so, they shouldn't have been able to defeat two late-stage moon jade so quickly. The fact that Lu Yi had been able to defeat a late-stage moon jade so quickly was already shocking enough. However, compared to Ma Shangxi's battle record, this was nothing. That's right, the moon jades of Jade Conch Mountain all thought that this was Ma Shangxi's doing. This was a normal reaction. Chou Wu was excited. Lu Yi and her master had given him two huge surprises when they started fighting. He suddenly felt that this battle wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 1708. Originally, Chou Wu had planned on opening a gap on his side first, then going to help the others. That way, they could slowly nibble away at the enemies one by one. This was the Jade Conch Galaxy, and as the realm lord of the Jade Conch Galaxy, he had a responsibility. Even if he had to suffer serious injuries or even die in battle, he had to stop the enemy's plan. Thus, before the battle began, he had already planned on sacrificing himself for a noble cause. However, before he could do anything, Ma Shangxi had already succeeded. In just a few dozen breaths, he'd killed two late-stage moon Yao cultivators. Chou Wu hurriedly transmitted his voice. Everyone, stay calm and wait for fellow Taoist Ma's help. The gap had already been opened, so there was no need to be impatient. Although he was old, if he could live, who would be willing to die? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Shangxi's sea of blood began to move, enveloping another part of the battlefield. Both sides fighting on this battlefield were late-stage moon Yao cultivators. This was also Ma Shangxi's deliberate choice. If he wanted to quickly deal with the enemy, he naturally had to focus on the stronger ones. As long as he killed a few of the stronger ones, the remaining ones wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Seeing the sea of blood move over, the late-stage moon Yao, cultivator of the Filth tribe, clearly wanted to escape. However, the late-stage moon Yao cultivator of the Jade Conch Galaxy naturally wouldn't allow that to happen. He frantically tried to stop and intercept the enemy. For a time, the Filth tribe cultivator couldn't do anything. He could only watch as the battlefield he was in was enveloped by the sea of blood. Holy Sovereign, this guy has intelligence. Ma Shangxi immediately reported to Lu Yi when he saw the enemy's reaction. Kill him. Lu Ye's expression was calm. If this Moon Yao cultivator had intelligence, then he was a true filth tribe cultivator, not a lowly servant. As long as he was dealt with, the situation here would be more or less stabilized. Holy Sovereign, I'll create an opportunity for you. Ma Shangxi had a loyal and devoted look on his face because he discovered that his cooperation with Lu Yi was simply flawless. He didn't know what technique Lu Yi had used to tear open the enemy's wounds, but that technique and his blood-tracing technique were a match made in heaven. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be easy to kill a late-stage Moon Yao cultivator. He'd have to beat them to the point of death. However, he and Lu Ye's cooperation didn't need to go through that much trouble. All they had to do was cut a few wounds and activate the blood-tracing technique. Their enemies in the sea of blood were at their mercy. It could be said that the risk was infinitely reduced. After a short while, another late-stage Moon Jade's aura was annihilated in the blood sea. Ma Shangxi's blood sea teleportation had arrived, and the other party had not been able to escape in time. His fate was already sealed, and there was no doubt about it. After all, Yu Yao alone was enough to cause him a lot of trouble. Now that Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi were working together, unless Ri Zhao personally intervened, Yao wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Ma Shangxi's sea of blood started to move again. Wherever it passed, large swathes of living beings would perish. Soon, it arrived at another battlefield belonging to Yu Yao. If the situation continued to develop like this, it wouldn't be long before the invading enemies would be defeated one by one. However, at this moment, Ma Shangxi suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, there's movement from the insect path." "Let me take a look," Lu Yi hurriedly said. Within the blood sea, apart from the caster, anyone else who entered would be affected. This included their 5 senses and divine consciousness. Of course, Lu Yi could also activate the blood sea technique and merge it with Ma Shangxi's blood sea. That way, he wouldn't be affected by this restriction. However, if he really did that, it would disperse his power. Moreover, he had to constantly activate the Holy Convergence technique. Otherwise, Ma Shangxi would be suppressed by the Holy Convergence technique. Therefore, Lu Yi hadn't activated the blood sea technique. Within the blood sea, Ma Shangxi was the absolute leader. Lu Yi wanted to investigate the situation on the insect path, so he needed Ma Shangxi's cooperation. In the next instant, with Ma Shangxi's help, Lu Ye's divine consciousness spread out toward the insect path. Sure enough, there was movement on the insect path. Lu Yi could already sense Yu Yao's aura from it. The enemy has reinforcements. Lu Yi immediately came to this conclusion. It was obvious that the filth tribe on the other side of the insect path had sensed that something was amiss and had sent reinforcements. Moreover, based on the movement, they should be arriving soon. "Go over there and block the insect path," Lu Yi immediately ordered. The situation here had been resolved with great difficulty. If the enemy really sent more Yu Yao, then all of their efforts would have been for naught. The filth tribe had a strong foundation. If reinforcements really came, there would definitely be more than just Yu Yao. Ma Shangxi also knew that the situation was urgent. She urged the blood sea and pounced toward the insect path. At the same time, Lu Yi condensed his own precious blood. With a flick of his finger, 5 figures appeared and rushed out of the blood sea. He now had 5 drops of precious blood. This time, he could be said to have used all of his strength. The blood sea's speed was extremely fast, destroying everything in its path. When it rushed to the insect path, a huge figure just happened to appear. This figure was about 100 feet tall. Apart from the unknown beast skin tied around his waist that covered his vital parts, the rest of his body was exposed. He carried a huge mace on his shoulder, looking awe-inspiring. The aura on his body was also extremely violent. It was at the peak of Yu Yao's strength. The Filth tribe had clearly sent an incredible guy over. Lu Yi recognized that this was a member of the giant tribe. Although they were rare in the universe, they were not rare either. They were born with boundless strength and terrifying physiques. They looked clumsy, but in reality, they were extremely difficult to deal with. In the insect path behind the Filth tribe giant, Yu Yao's aura was faintly discernible. Clearly, more reinforcements were about to arrive. And this quickly. Lu Yi ordered. Ma Shangxi also knew that he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, if the enemy's reinforcements really rushed over, the situation here would instantly collapse. He immediately shrunk the blood sea, enveloping the insect path and the Filth tribe giant within it. Although the blood sea had shrunk by more than half, its might became even more violent. The Filth tribe giant that walked out of the insect path didn't even see the situation clearly before he was faced with an overwhelming wave of blood arts. He disdainfully raised his head and roared, "Mere blood arts dare to offend the might of the Filth tribe? Hurry up and submit." Dense magic power surged, blocking all the blood arts outside. At the same time, he waved the huge mace in his hand, stirring the blood sea. In an instant, the blood sea surged. At the same time, his own filthy power spread wildly, corroding the surroundings. However, before he could act presumptuously for long, Ma Shangxi's angry roar rang out. "What nonsense are you bragging about? With me here, you can talk after you've survived." Although Ma Shangxi was submissive in front of Li, he was still a Piqiao. Even in the blood tribe, he had a certain status. If the other party was Rizhao, Ma Shangxi definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. However, he was also a Yu Yao, so how could he allow someone to be so arrogant in front of him? As soon as he finished speaking, the blood light on his body condensed and expanded, turning into a figure that was about the same size as the Filth tribe giant. At the same time, he borrowed the power of the blood sea to condense a blood-colored staff in his hand. The two huge figures immediately engaged in a fierce battle at the exit of the insect path. Lu Yi used the blood sea as cover and activated concealment at the same time, trying his best to conceal his existence as he searched for an opportunity to attack. On the other side, 3 of the 5 treasured blood clones that he sent out formed a simple tripartite formation and charged toward the nearest battlefield. The other 2 treasured blood clones headed in another direction. It was actually very difficult for cultivators who cultivated to the Yu Yao realm to form a formation. At most, they could only join hands to resist the enemy, unless they used the twin Qi-linked branches formation disc. However, even though Lu Yi had modified the twin spirit connecting formation disc, it was only suitable for star constellations. It wasn't suitable for Yu Yao. This was because Yu Yao's movements were too large, and the formation disc was a restriction. Ordinary Yu Yao naturally couldn't form a formation. But Lu Ye's treasured blood clones didn't have to worry about this at all. They were clones that originated from the same source, so there was no difference in their qi, dermic powers, qi, and blood. It was simply too easy for them to form a formation. There was only one thing. Although the treasured blood clones could display Lu Ye's full strength, they didn't have the Pan Shan saber in their hands, and they didn't have the talent tree. Therefore, in theory, the methods that the treasured blood clones could use were limited. Moreover, the energy of the treasured blood clones was limited, so they couldn't fight for too long. Otherwise, when their energy was exhausted, the treasured blood clones would dissipate, and Lu Yi would have to spend time to reform them. Even so, when the 3 treasured blood clones formed formation, they helped Yu Yao gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. The treasured blood clones weren't afraid of death, and under the formation, they bore a lot of pressure. Seeing this, Yu Yao desperately urged her dermic powers and quickly gained the upper hand. In addition to Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi's previous efforts, Yu Yao had an absolute advantage on the battlefield. As long as they had enough time, killing the other party wouldn't be a problem. The battle here was in full swing, and the exit of the worm passage was also locked in a fierce battle. Lu Ye's other 2 treasured blood clones had already arrived at a certain location. Without Yu Yao's interference, only a few constellations and spirit seas could stop the 2 treasured blood clones. There was a strange thing standing there. It was shaped like a pagoda with 13 floors. Rich, filthy power flowed inside and out. Lu Yi sensed that this thing had some vague connection with the worm passage. There was more than one such thing. There were as many as 8 such things surrounding the worm passage. Earlier, when he rushed here, Yu Yao had said that after the filthy people occupied this area, they had been arranging something. It seemed that they had the intention of stabilizing the worm passage and allowing Rizhao to come here. These tower-shaped things were obviously the arrangement of the filthy people. Lu Yi had planned to study this thing after the end of the battle, but now that the other party had sent reinforcements across the worm passage, he couldn't delay any longer. No matter what this thing was, there was no doubt that it was used to stabilize the worm passage. Therefore, he had to destroy it. Lu Yi keenly discovered a problem. With the arrival of the filthy giant, the worm passage shook a little. End of chapter. Chapter 1709. The filth race conquered everywhere and came and went without a trace. They relied on their starry sky supreme treasure, the heavenly frost mirror. This treasure could release heavenly frost chi at a random location in the starry sky to freeze and shatter space, then create a passageway. However, this passageway created by the heavenly frost chi was basically unstable. At most, it could only support the passage of the Yu Jade realm, and there was a certain amount of risk involved. Therefore, the filth race's method of conquering was to first send a portion of Yu Yao to stabilize the situation at the exit of the passageway and occupy the terrain. Then, they would use some methods to stabilize the passageway. Once the passageway was stable enough to allow Rizhao to pass through, the overall situation would be decided. This was also the reason why the filth race had the upper hand in the beginning, but they still hid in the filthy area and didn't chase after them. They didn't know which star system they were in and whether Rizhao was there or not. To be safe, they naturally had to guard the insect path and set up a method to stabilize it. Lu Yu was actually a little confused because although the filth race had deployed a large number of Yu Yao here, a dozen Yu Yao was definitely not a lot. Even though Ma Shangxi had said that the filth race had opened up more than one battlefield in space, and that they only needed to deal with a small portion of the filth race's forces, the filth race was so large that they could easily send out a few dozen Yu Yaos, let alone a few hundred. It was not until the filth giant arrived that Lu Yi understood the crux of the matter. It was because of the passageway. He keenly sensed that with the arrival of the filth giant, the passageway was clearly shaken. As a result, the passageway's stability was affected and became more chaotic than before. In other words, although the passageway opened up by the heavenly frost mirror could allow Yu Yao to pass through, the passageway's stability would be affected every time a Yu Yao passed through. Therefore, the filth race only sent a dozen Yu Yao at first. It was not that they did not want to send more Yu Yao, but they could not. This was probably a number set based on the foundation of the Jade Conch cultivators. In the filth race's view, the dozen or so Yu Yao who arrived first were enough to protect the passageway with their geographical advantage. As long as they set up a method to stabilize the passageway, they could let Rizhao come through the passageway and Jade Conch would not be able to resist. There was no problem with the filth race's plan. If Lu Yi had not coincidentally encountered this battle, with Jade Conch's current foundation, it would indeed be a crisis. But it just so happened that Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi were guests in Yuluo, so they rushed here together. At this moment, Yu Yao of the filth race had suffered heavy losses on the battlefield. If they didn't receive any reinforcements soon, then all of their previous preparations and efforts would be for naught. That was why the filthy giant had come. Not only had he come, but the other Yu Yao were also traveling through the worm path. They would most likely arrive soon. After this battle, The filthy race should have understood the situation on Jade Konk's side. They should have seen through the awkwardness of Jade Konk's lack of sunlight. This was because if the Jade Konk star system had sunlight, then it would have already arrived. However, only Yu Yao had participated in the battle so far, which was enough to prove that the Jade Konk star system wasn't a powerful galaxy. This was the best target for the filth race, so they immediately sent reinforcements. The two doppelgangers walked in front of the filthy pagoda and raised their hands to destroy it. Although this thing was set up by the filthy race, it was not strong, so it was not difficult to destroy. As the filthy pagoda shattered, Lu Yi clearly sensed the insect path trembling again. He immediately realized that he had made the right choice. If these pagodas were destroyed, it would definitely greatly affect the filth race's next plan. The two doppelgangers immediately split up and took action. On the other side, at the exit of the insect path, the filthy giant and Ma Shangxi were fighting fiercely. On the surface, it seemed like they were almost evenly matched, but in fact, Ma Shangxi was under a lot of pressure. It was not that he was weaker than the other party, but the filthy power was constantly polluting his blood sea and magic power. It was not a problem for him to fight with the other party for a short time, but as time passed, the power he could use would inevitably weaken. On the other hand, the filthy giant was not affected by the filthy power at all. Instead, he was like a fish in water. Fortunately, there was still Lu Yi. The master and servant had worked together to kill a few Yu Yao before. Although this was the first time they had worked together, their cooperation was very skillful. While the filthy giant was entangled by Ma Shangxi, Lu Yi had already activated his technique. His figure floated back and forth like a ghost, and saber lights flashed continuously. The filthy giant roared angrily, and huge wounds appeared on his body one after another. Lu Yi felt more and more how powerful the mountain pan saber was. Although the giant race's physique was not as tough as the stone race's, in terms of physique strength alone, it was enough to rank in the top 10 races in the universe. They were born with rough skin and thick flesh, and this time the one who came from the insect path was a peak Yu Yao. Even if ordinary weapons slashed at him, they might not be able to pose much of a threat. The mountain pan saber could. It was incomparably sharp, and with Lu Ye's divine edge spirit tattoo, as long as the enemy's cultivation was not enough, the mountain pan saber could break through the defenses of the body. Flesh and blood rolled around the wounds, and it looked terrible. However, in reality, such injuries were only superficial wounds for a peak Yu Yao, let alone a peak Yu Yao. However, the filthy giant clearly felt that something was wrong. This was because the wounds that should have been able to heal quickly were healing extremely slowly. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely strange power lingering around the wounds. It was this power that was preventing the wounds from healing. The filthy giant roared again and again. When he was fighting with Ma Shangxi, he wanted to find a chance to get rid of Lu Yi because he realized that this jumping human was a problem. However, the leaping technique he inherited from Yen, she was very ghostly. Lu Yi was basically in a state where he would leave after one slash, and with Ma Shangxi's blood sea covering his tracks, he did not give the filthy giant any chance to attack. After another fierce clash, Ma Shangxi retreated and looked at the filthy giant coldly. Meeting his gaze, the filthy giant's heart skipped a beat as he realized that something was wrong. He had also fought against the blood race before, so he naturally knew how disadvantageous it was for him to face a blood race with his current wounded state. Without any hesitation, the filthy giant pounced at Ma Shangxi. Ma Shangxi sneered and allowed the huge spiked club to smash into his body. His entire body seemed to have been shattered, turning into a mass of blood energy that merged into the blood sea. But in the next moment, the filthy giant's expression changed because the wounds on his body were suddenly torn open by an invisible force and became even larger. The blood that he had deliberately controlled to not flow too much was now gushing out. He knew that this was the blood race's blood tracing technique. Under normal circumstances, This blood art wouldn't be of much use against the cultivators above the constellations. This was because the cultivators above the constellations all had powerful physiques and methods to quickly recover. Without any wounds, the blood guide art wouldn't be able to work. However, the wounds caused by the mountain blade were not so easy to heal. Coupled with the blood tracing technique used by Ma Shangxi, who was at the peak of Yu Yao, even the filthy giant could not resist. Feeling his blood flowing wildly, the filthy giant panicked. He ran back and forth for a while to search for the enemy, but in the end, not only did he not see Ma Shangxi's figure, he also could not find Lu Ye's figure. This was the disgusting part of fighting against the blood race in the Blood Sea. The blood race could advance and retreat freely in the Blood Sea. Unless one had an overwhelming advantage, it was very difficult to fight against the blood race. If it was under normal circumstances, the filthy giant could escape from here and look for another opportunity. However, he had rushed over from the insect path, so his greatest responsibility was to guard the exit of the insect path. He was basically nailed to the ground here, so how could he escape? "Get out here!" he roared as his magic power surged. He waved the wolf tooth club in his hand and stirred up the blood sea. Ma Shangxi did not show up at all, allowing the filthy giant to do as he pleased in the blood sea. It could even be said that this was something he wanted to see because the more the filthy giant struggled, the more powerful his blood tracing technique would be. Lu Yi also hid somewhere in the blood sea, coldly looking at the filthy giant's sorry figure. Moments later, Ma Shangxi suddenly cried out in alarm. "Not good. Another Yu Yao is coming from the insect path." Moreover, judging from the aura, it was an existence not inferior to the filthy giant. Working together with Lu Yi to deal with the filthy giant, Ma Shangxi did not feel any pressure at all. He had already gained the upper hand. Now, all he needed to do was hide in the blood sea and continuously use the blood tracing technique. Under the guidance of the blood tracing technique, once the filthy giant's blood ran dry, he would die without a doubt. However, if another enemy similar to the filthy giant appeared, Ma Shangxi was not confident. Especially as time passed, he would be affected more and more by the filthy power. Thinking about it, Ma Shangxi made a decision. "Lord, I'll go kill him." In this situation, only by killing the filthy giant would he be able to deal with the next enemy with all his strength. "Don't panic," Lu Yi calmly replied. At this time, it was very dangerous to forcefully kill the filthy giant. The other party had already sensed that something was wrong. It was fine if he and Ma Shangxi hid, but once they showed up, they would definitely be attacked with all their strength. Now that they were facing the filthy giant, the victory was already decided, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. But Ma Shangxi still had doubts, but he soon understood why Lu Yi was so calm. It was because powerful auras suddenly rushed into the blood sea from all directions, rushing toward the insect path's location. It was the Yu Yao of Jade Conch and Lu Ye's 5 treasured blood clones. Previously, Ma Shangxi had been fighting the filthy giant and then focused on using the blood tracing technique, so he did not have much awareness of the situation outside. It was only now that he realized that the Yu Yao of Jade Conch had killed all their opponents, and the filthy giant had all been killed. End of chapter. Chapter 1710. Seeing Lu Ye's precious blood clones, Ma Shangxi knew what was going on. He and Lu Yi had already helped Jade Conch gain an overwhelming advantage. So with Lu Ye's 5 precious blood clones joining the battle formation, how could the remaining enemies be a match for them? As the enemies on the battlefield were dealt with one after another, their advantage snowballed, so they were able to end the battle in such a short time. At this moment, Jade Conch's Yu Yao had all rushed over. Ma Shangxi calmed down, knowing that he only needed to focus on dealing with the filthy giant. He didn't need to intervene in the rest. The insect path trembled as another filthy figure descended. Lu Yi could sense that the stability of the insect path had once again weakened. It was just as he had guessed. Although the insect path could allow Yu Yao to pass through, the stability of the insect path would be affected with each passing Yu Yao. Moreover, the intensity of the impact should be related to the level of cultivation. On the other side of the insect path, a peak Yu Yao descended. Looking at its figure, it was the water spirit clan of the 5 elements spirit clan. Lu Yi had never seen a real water spirit clan, but he had read a description of them. In their normal form, a water spirit clan member's body was like a mass of flowing water, with the shape of a human. Moreover, because of their attribute, they gave off a gentle feeling. However, at this moment, looking around, this water spirit clan member did not have any gentleness. Its aura was full of filth, giving off an extremely ominous feeling. It indeed had the shape of a human, with water flowing on the surface of its body, but it was pitch-black sewage. This water spirit clan member descended from the insect path aggressively, but as soon as it stood still, its expression froze, because it found that the situation seemed to be a little different from what it had imagined. In fact, the water spirit clan member on the other side of the insect path couldn't detect the specific situation here. It could only vaguely sense it, but the continuous turbulence of the insect path and the aftershocks of the battle here were enough for the water spirit clan member on the other side to determine that the situation here was not very good. Therefore, the water spirit clan first sent a giant over, and then a Yu Yao, and both of them were peak Yu Yao. Not only that, but several Yu Yao were also preparing to come over. The water spirit clan member originally thought that even if the situation here was not good, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, the battle here had just broken out not long ago. Who would have thought that the situation here would be so bad? Not a single Yu Yao from the Filth tribe remained. Only the Filth tribe giant who had arrived before it was still alive. Moreover, its aura was extremely weak. What terrified it even more was that over a dozen Yu Yao's auras were swiftly converging from all directions. They surrounded it in the blink of an eye, and then they launched a flurry of attacks at it. There was no doubt that Yu Yao was at the pinnacle of her cultivation. In a one-on-one battle, even if she had to take on 3 or 5 opponents at once, she wouldn't have any problems at all. Even if she wasn't a match for them, she would still be able to keep herself alive. However, the problem at hand was no longer a 3 versus 5 battle. This was a group of Yu Yao besieging it. Unless it was Ri Zhao, there was no way it could survive such a siege. On the other side, the filthy giant race also noticed Shui Ling's situation and immediately turned to join her, obviously wanting to join forces with her. It was difficult for any one of them to turn the situation around, but if they joined forces, they might have a chance. They didn't need to do too much. They just needed to hold on until more filthy race experts came to support them. When Ma Shangxi saw this, she knew what the filthy giant race was planning. She immediately circulated her magic power, and the sea of blood shook. In an instant, the filthy giant race's body became sluggish, as if his entire body had sunk into a swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Lu Yi had already charged forward with his saber. However, his target was not the filthy giant race. This fellow was a little difficult to deal with. Even with Ma Shangxi secretly assisting him, he was still in danger. Moreover, the filthy giant race already had enough wounds on his body. Even if Lu Yi ignored him, Ma Shangxi could still take his life. Therefore, Lu Ye's target was the Water Spirit clan member who had just arrived. Many Yu Yao from Jade Conch, as well as his 5 treasured blood clones, had already rushed forward. So Lu Yi was naturally happy to join in the fun. The battle began again, but this time, the Jade Conch cultivator's momentum was unstoppable. Half an incense stick's worth of time ago, when Jade Conch had decided to go all out, she had never imagined that the situation would develop like this. It had to be known that Cho Wu had already been prepared to sacrifice himself. At that time, he felt that even if they won this battle, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. However, half an incense stick's worth of time later, the Yu Yao who had come first had all been killed. On the other hand, not a single one of them had died. At most, they had been corroded to varying degrees by the filthy energy. This kind of result was extremely shocking and unimaginable at first. However, Jade Conch knew who the credit for this was. If Lu Yi and his servant hadn't opened up the situation, half of them would have died. The most likely outcome would have been complete annihilation. Every Jade Conch cultivator and Yu Yao rejoiced that Lu Yi and his servant just happened to be in Jade Conch as guests and had rushed here together. They already had an absolute advantage in numbers, and with the increase in morale, the Water Spirit clan member was instantly beaten senseless. He immediately used all of his strength to defend himself, but even so, the situation was extremely dangerous. Lu Yi had already reunited with his 5 treasured blood clones, forming a black tortoise formation. Relying on the black tortoise formation's powerful defenses, they blocked the Water Spirit clan members' attacks head-on. This undoubtedly gave Jade Conch's Yu Yao more space to display their abilities. After a few moments of intense battle, the sound of Yu Yao's death could be heard from the Blood Sea. Ma Shangxi had taken the initiative to deal with her opponent. The Water Spirit clan member was actually very powerful, but against Lu Yi and his servant, he hadn't even been able to display half of his strength before dying in a sullen death. With the Water Spirit clan member dead, the Water Spirit clan member was in an extremely bad situation. Although it was born with the ability to dodge most attacks due to its race, it still couldn't withstand the combined attacks of so many Yu Yao. When it sensed that the Water Spirit clan member had died in battle, its pitch-black eyes dimmed. It knew that it would be difficult for it to survive this time. Don't kill him. Hold him down. Seeing that the situation had been decided, Lu Yi immediately transmitted his voice in all directions. At the same time, he and his 5 treasured blood clones made their auras shake the heavens. Although the Jade Conch's Yu Yao didn't understand what Lu Yi wanted to do, they still immediately slowed down their attacks. If Lu Yi had said this before the battle, the Jade Conch cultivators naturally wouldn't have listened. However, this battle was won by Lu Yi and his servant. Without them, there wouldn't be the current situation. In addition, they had already seen Lu Ye's powerful foundation, so it was enough for Lu Yi to have a certain amount of authority here. Lu Ye's thoughts were very simple. If the battle here ended and the Water Spirit clan members on the other side sensed that something was wrong, they would definitely not send Yu Yao over. When the time came, the insect path would lie across here, and Jade Conch would be in a very awkward situation. They couldn't kill their way through the insect path to the Water Spirit clan. That would be courting death. Since they couldn't fight back, they had to give the Water Spirit clan a painful blow. They had to let the Water Spirit clan know that Jade Conch was not to be trifled with. This was the only way to make the Water Spirit clan retreat. Although this location was closer to the Jade Conch realm, the 9 provinces and the Jade Conch realm were in the same galaxy. They were as close as lips and teeth. In the face of such a matter, Lu Yi simply couldn't extricate himself from it. This could be considered a family matter. Therefore, Lu Yi wanted to keep the Water Spirit clan member alive. Firstly, it would attract more Water Spirit clan Yu Yao to come and help. Secondly, if more Water Spirit clan Yu Yao passed through the insect path, it would affect the stability of the insect path. What if the insect path collapsed? Therefore, in any case, keeping the Water Spirit clan member alive was the best choice. It was also the only choice at the moment. The Jade Conch cultivators weren't stupid. Although they didn't understand Lu Ye's intentions at first, when they saw that their side clearly had the absolute advantage and he was still making such a big commotion, they realized what he was planning. Soon, under Cho Wu's command, the Water Spirit clan Yu Yao of Jade Conch also began to move. They madly urged their magic power, making it seem like the battle here was in a stalemate, but in reality, it was the Water Spirit clan member who was suppressed to the point that he couldn't even raise his head. The Water Spirit clan member undoubtedly saw through Lu Yi and the others' intentions. He suddenly raised his head and glanced in Lu Ye's direction. A cold voice came from his mouth. "You can't escape." No one can escape from where the Water Spirit clan has their eyes on. In the next instant, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread out from the Water Spirit clan. His pitch-black body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Spirit flash. Not good, retreat. Cho Wu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly roared. Spirit flash was the racial innate skill of the 5 Elements Spirit clan. They had crystal cores in their bodies, which were similar to the Yao cores of monster beasts. In a desperate situation, they could erupt with all the power of their crystal cores in one go. It was similar to self-detonation. The self-detonation of a PQ Yao was extremely terrifying. Therefore, when he saw the Water Spirit clan members' actions, Cho Wu knew that things were not going well. As soon as his voice fell, the group of Yao frantically retreated. Lu Yi also activated the Black Tortoise formation to its maximum power as he retreated. The light completely exploded, enveloping a large area. The pitch-black power of corruption rushed in all directions, almost turning this part of the starry sky into a black hole. Lu Ye's body tumbled, and even the Black Tortoise formation was on the verge of shattering. At the critical moment, Ma Shangxi arrived in time to save him, enveloping him in the sea of blood. Even so, Lu Yi still felt dizzy. The violent power slowly subsided. Lu Yi shook his head and withdrew the 5 treasured blood clones. He also ordered Ma Shangxi to withdraw the sea of blood. When he looked up, the Water Spirit clan member had already disappeared. Lu Yi frowned. He had not expected the Water Spirit clan member to be so decisive. A PQ Yao had actually self-detonated without any warning. If he did not have the Black Tortoise formation, the situation just now would have been somewhat troublesome. The Water Spirit clan members' self-detonation had undoubtedly ruined Lu Ye's plan. This was because he could clearly sense that the Yu Yao's aura in the insect path was slowly fading. Clearly, the Water Spirit clan members who had been preparing to reinforce him had retreated. End of chapter. Chapter 1711. The Filth tribe were no fools. Although they couldn't find out the specifics, they could still sense the general situation. They'd sent 2 PQ Yao to deal with the Jade Conch, but to no avail. Clearly, they'd realized how difficult the Jade Conch was to deal with. The Water Spirit filth had self-destructed not only because it knew it had no chance of survival, but also because it was sending a message to the Filth tribe on the other end of the insect path. Judging from the results, its plan had undoubtedly succeeded. Within the insect path, the Filth tribe members who'd been preparing to reinforce the Jade Conch retreated, and the Yu Yao's aura slowly faded away. The battle wasn't over yet. The Filth tribe had more than just Yu Yao. There were also constellations and divine seas. Although some of them had died in the aftermath of the battle, most of them had managed to survive. The Jade Conch battleships and constellations hunted the Filth tribe members outside the gray fog, but due to the distance, they couldn't wipe them all out. However, now that the Yu Yao had retreated, the constellations and divine seas Filth tribe members were unlikely to survive. A short while later, the Filth tribe members in the gray fog were all killed, and a group of Yu Yao charged out. Apart from Ma Shangxi, everyone else was covered in dust, their auras unstable. This was a clear sign that they'd been corroded by the power of filth. Although the battle hadn't lasted very long, Jade Conch's Yu Yao hadn't been able to protect themselves in such an intense battle. It was inevitable that they'd be corroded by the power of filth. This was especially true of the Water Spirit filth, tribe's final self-destruction. The thick, viscous filth had spread out in all directions. Even Lu Ye's Black Tortoise formation hadn't been able to block it, let alone the others. A group of people gathered around Lu Yi. He helped them burn away the filth in their bodies. As he busied himself, Lu Yi frowned as he stared at the gray fog. Things were getting a little troublesome. Although this battle had crushed the Filth tribe's plan to invade the Jade Conch, and they'd even killed every last one of them, the gray fog formed by filth had grown even larger. In terms of size alone, it was twice as large as before, and the filth inside was undoubtedly thicker. After all, so many filth tribe members had died, and there were more than a dozen Yuyao among them. After they died, the filth in their bodies would leak out. Lu Yi had never experienced such a battle before. Killing the enemy was not enough, but after the enemy died, they left behind an indelible filth. It was truly difficult to deal with. After a short while, the filth in Yuyao's body was completely burned away, and her complexion looked much better. Cho Wu looked at the area shrouded in gray fog and said, "Although we won this battle, the insect path is still there. If we don't deal with it, Jade Conch will never have peace." Lu Yi turned to Ma Shangxi and said, "The filthy race has already located the Jade Conch. If we find a way to deal with this insect path, will the filthy race be able to locate this place and open the insect path again?" If that was the case, it wouldn't work even if they destroyed the insect path, because the depraved race could open another insect path at any time. Ma Shangxi said, "I don't think so. As far as I know, although the Heavenly Frost Mirror has the ability to locate a target, it requires some preparation. In other words, if the filth race can establish a foothold here, they will have the ability to establish another insect path. Now that the filthy race has been wiped out without any reinforcements, the Heavenly Frost Mirror's Heavenly Frost Chi is completely random." Lu Yi understood. In other words, as long as we destroy this insect path, it will be almost impossible for the filthy race to locate Jade Conch again. The starry sky was vast, and although the Heavenly Frost Mirror was a starry sky supreme treasure, the location of the Heavenly Frost Chi was random. Jade Conch had been unlucky enough to be selected once, but it couldn't be selected a second time. The chances were too slim. "That's right." Ma Shangxi nodded. "Then things will be easy." Lu Yi turned to look at Cho Wu. The latter understood and immediately ordered, "Rest for a while. Half a day later, follow this old man to destroy the insect path." If it was a stable insect path, it would be impossible for the group of Yueyao to destroy it. But in the end, this was not a stable insect path, so there was still some room for manipulation. After the great battle and the corrosion of the filth, everyone had consumed a lot of energy, so they immediately sat down to meditate. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement from the insect path, but the insect path was still there, which made Lu Yi feel a little uneasy. Because the filthy race's defeat in Jade Conch was obvious, they probably didn't dare to send Yueyao here to avoid further losses. Since that was the case, it meant that the filthy race knew they couldn't do anything to them. But why was the insect path still there? Logically speaking, the filthy race could have used the Heavenly Frost Mirror to close the insect path. The filthy race had the ability to do so. Since they didn't do so, they were obviously unwilling to give up and were probably going to try again. Lu Yi had never dealt with the filthy race before, so he couldn't guess what they were thinking. But no matter what they were going to do, it was always right to make the first move. Under Cho Wu's lead, the group of Yueyao charged into the filthy land and soon arrived at the insect path. The formation dispersed. Cho Wu stood still and ordered, "Let's go!" In the next instant, magic power surged, and the aura of each Yueyao rose steadily, but no one attacked. Everyone was accumulating power. They were obviously going to use their strongest techniques to end the battle in one fell swoop. Lu Yi activated the Fire Phoenix Spirit inscriptions. Even though he didn't think there was much hope, he could only try his best under such circumstances. After a full 20 breaths, accompanied by a roar, Jade Conch's first attack was launched. An attack, condensed from violent magic power, crashed into the insect path. Then came the second, the third. Lu Ye's Fire Phoenix also pounced on the insect path, the scorching power almost distorting the space. More than 10 Yueyao unleashed their full power, although there was no systematic coordination, and they were just attacking without thinking. Such an attack was so powerful that even sunshine would have to avoid it. The void trembled, and dazzling light exploded continuously, the aftermath spreading in all directions. Lu Yi paid close attention to the insect path's movements until everything calmed down. When the insect path entered his field of vision, he couldn't help but frown. It really didn't work. Before he attacked, he actually had some guesses. The insect path was too mysterious, and it was very difficult to shake it from the outside. If the insect path could really be shaken by external forces, then there should have been signs when the water spirit, filthy clan self-destructed. One had to know that when the water spirit, filthy clan self-destructed, they were standing right next to the insect path. The impact of the self-destruction was much stronger than the attack launched by Lu Yi and the others. Even the water spirit, filthy clan's self-destruction didn't have any impact on the insect path. So what was the point of their side's attack? If they wanted to destroy the insect path, they had to start from the inside. To put it simply, Yu Yao had to pass through the insect path. As long as enough of them passed through, the stability of the insect path would be affected. This could be seen from the commotion caused by the descent of the giant filth tribe and water spirit filth tribe. However, this was impossible. The Yueyao of the filthy clan could invade Jade Conch through the insect path, but the Yueyao of Jade Conch couldn't go to the filthy clan through the insect path. That would be courting death, taking 10,000 steps back. Even if one of the Yueyao was willing to sacrifice herself, one was definitely not enough. As for how many Yueyao would be needed to make the insect path collapse, that was a number that no one could calculate. The Yueyao of Jade Conch were undoubtedly aware of this as well, and their expressions were ugly. They didn't try a second time. Some things only needed to be verified once. Too many attempts would only be a waste of time and energy. Let's retreat for now. Cho Wu waved his hand. The group retreated from the filthy land dejectedly. Because there was no battle this time, everyone protected themselves well and didn't get corroded by the power of filth. What do we do now? Han Dong looked worried. Lu Yi was also very annoyed. The insect path was a huge problem. Other things aside, Jade Conch's group of Yueyao were basically nailed to death here. Even he couldn't leave. However, they really didn't have the ability to destroy the insect path, so they could only let the filthy clan know the difficulty and retreat. From Jade Conch's perspective, the filthy clan's losses in the previous battle were undoubtedly huge. After all, there were more than 10 Yueyao, and even 2 peak Yueyao had died. However, that was from Jade Conch's perspective. Jade Conch itself wasn't strong, and a dozen Yueyao was already a very strong force. However, from the filthy clan's perspective, a dozen Yueyao was probably nothing. Therefore, even with such losses, they didn't give up on Jade Conch. Otherwise, they would have closed the insect path long ago. Now that the insect path was still there, it meant that the filthy clan was still interested in Jade Conch. This wasn't a good sign. Everyone was silent. They didn't have any good ideas. Amidst this silence, there was suddenly movement on the insect path. Everyone sensed it immediately and hurriedly looked in that direction. Many faint auras appeared on the insect path, and they became clearer and clearer. This undoubtedly meant that filthy clan members were passing through the insect path and rushing over. However, based on the strength of their auras, the filthy clan members weren't strong. In fact, they were very weak. They were only at the Divine Sea realm. Unlike the Yueyao who needed some time to pass through the insect path, the Divine Sea filthy clan members passed through the insect path very quickly. Almost the moment everyone sensed it, filthy clan members had already rushed out of the insect path and descended on the filthy land. More and more figures appeared one after another. In just a moment, more than 100 Divine Sea filthy clan members appeared there, and more were rushing over. Kill them, Cho Wu ordered. He didn't need to do anything at all. One of the 2 warships erupted with a bright beam of light that shot toward the gathering place of the filthy clan members. In an instant, countless Divine Sea filthy clan members were killed. However, it couldn't stop the filthy clan's invasion at all. All kinds of figures continuously appeared on the insect path. The two warships began to move, killing batch after batch, but even so, they were still somewhat powerless. The Jade Conch constellations gathered around the filthy land began to attack. The exit of the insect path immediately became a burial ground for living beings. End of chapter. Chapter 1712. The divine sea defilers who came from the insect path were killed almost as soon as they appeared. On the other hand, they didn't suffer any losses at all by attacking from afar. However, neither Lu Yi nor Yu Yao of Jade Conch were happy at all. This was because everyone realized what the defilers were planning. Such a scene had happened once when the insect path was first formed. At that time, the defilers had sent many divine sea defilers from the insect path to protect the Jade Conch cultivators. In the beginning, Jade Conch had the geographical advantage. The defilers who came from the other end of the insect path couldn't stand at all. However, as more and more defilers died, the power of defilement dissipated and slowly turned the area around the insect path into a land of defilement. The Jade Conch cultivators could only retreat. As the land of defilement expanded, the Jade Conch cultivators retreated further and further away. Their geographical advantage was gradually erased. The defilers sent out Xingxiu and Yu Yao to gradually take back the geographical advantage that originally belonged to Jade Conch. Therefore, when Lu Yi came with Chou Wu and the others, Yu Yao, who had been stationed here for a few days, was somewhat dejected. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that the defilers' invasion method was too difficult to resist. This defilement domain was a bridgehead built by the defilers. The defilers' plan was obvious. They wanted to use the deaths of more defilers to expand the scope of their domain. In theory, as long as enough defilers died, it was possible for the domain to cover the entire Jade Conch galaxy. At that time, no matter how strong Lu Yi and the others were, it would be difficult for them to use it. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, it was almost impossible to achieve this because it would require too many defilers to die. However, if they only expanded the scope of the defilement domain to a level that Jade Conch cultivators couldn't do anything about, there was still hope. Other things aside, as long as the size of the domain expanded 3 to 5 times, it would be extremely dangerous for Jade Conch. The depraved race had invaded and conquered countless realms, enslaving countless races. If they didn't care about their own lives, they had the ability to do this. However, Jade Conch couldn't spare them. This was the most disgusting thing about the defilers. Killing them wasn't good, but not killing them was even worse. Since ancient times, there had been galaxies that could withstand the defilers' first wave of attack, but they'd often lost to such shameless tactics. The attacks did not stop, and the defilements died one after another. At a certain point, a strange creature that was pitch black and round emerged from the tunnel. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted to pieces by a warship. At the moment of this strange creature's death, an extremely thick filth suddenly erupted from its body and spread in all directions. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the tainted domain, which was already of a considerable size, suddenly expanded outwards. The expressions of the group of Yu Yao changed. The death of the divine sea's filth race only brought a small increase to the filth domain. However, there were too many deaths, so after the filth race took action, the filth domain slowly expanded outwards. However, the foul energy contained within the strange creature's body was clearly extremely dense, and after its death, it brought about a clear increase in the power of the foul domain. The situation was not good. Of course, the Yu Yao of Jade Conch could charge in and stand guard in front of the tunnel. If the other party dared to send their Yu Yao over, they could surround them. However, fighting in the corrupted domain required them to constantly maintain their magic power. How long could the Yu Yao of Jade Conch last? If they relaxed even a little, the filth race's Yu Yao would be able to successfully descend. Once they succeeded, there would be a second, a third. "I'll go take a look," Lu Yi said as he strode towards the corrupted domain. "Be careful." Chou Wu didn't know what Lu Yi was planning, but if there were only divine seas filth race there, Lu Yi wouldn't be in any danger. So he didn't stop him. Lu Yi nodded and rushed into the corrupted domain. The foul energy was clearly denser than before. This was a change brought about by the deaths of countless divine seas filth race members. In such an environment, once Jade Conch and the Yu Yao entered, the pressure would definitely be greater than before. Lu Yi stopped and silently circulated his magic power. In the next instant, his magic power suddenly expanded outwards. His entire body seemed to be on fire. With Lu Yi as the center, a huge circle of fire spread out. This was the eruption of his magic power. In this state, even with Lu Ye's foundation, he couldn't maintain it for too long. Thus, as he circulated his magic power, he held 2 spirit crystals in both hands to replenish his consumption. Then he activated the talent tree's power. Invisible roots of the talent tree spread out, reaching out to every corner of the domain where his magic power spread. Outside the corrupted domain, Han Dong, who had been paying attention to Lu Ye's movements, suddenly exclaimed. The others were also shocked, and then they were overjoyed. This was because at the place where Lu Yi was located, where the fiery red halo enveloped, the gray mist-like foul energy was rapidly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared, and a vacuum had appeared in the foul domain. It was as if Lu Yi had circulated his magic power to incinerate the foul energy. Jade Conch's Yu Yao were pleasantly surprised. Lu Yi had previously demonstrated the ability to help them incinerate the foul energy that had invaded their bodies. Thus, when they saw this bizarre scene, although they were surprised, they felt that it was only natural. Since he could incinerate the foul energy that had invaded their bodies, then it shouldn't be a problem to incinerate the foul energy outside. Only Cho Wu revealed a worried expression after his initial surprise. If Lu Yi had this ability, why hadn't he used it at the beginning? This wasn't because he was stingy, but because it would consume a lot of energy. That was why Lu Yi hadn't used it at the beginning. However, he had no choice now because the corrupted domain was expanding. If he continued to ignore it, Jade Conch's situation would be very bad. Cho Wu's guess was correct, but not completely correct. Lu Ye's consumption of magic power was indeed enormous, but it wasn't like what Cho Wu had imagined. If that was the case, Lu Yi wouldn't have any concerns. He could refine spirit jades to replenish his magic power. However, incinerating the foul energy consumed the talent tree's fuel reserves. Moreover, the rate of consumption was terrifying. Lu Yi could feel that the talent tree's fuel was rapidly decreasing. Fortunately, he had replenished the talent tree's fuel before leaving the Wanxiang Sea. Otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't have dared to do this. Lu Ye's figure didn't stop moving. He continued to wander in the corrupted domain, incinerating the foul energy wherever he passed. The rate of fuel consumption was terrifying. It was dozens of times faster than when he cultivated under the Wanxiang Sea. This wasn't because the foul energy was more powerful than the seawater of the Wanxiang Sea, but because the area he spread out was too large. Cultivating under the Wanxiang Sea was different from cultivating under the Wanxiang Sea. When he cultivated, he only needed to incinerate the impurities that invaded his body. However, he was now incinerating the foul energy around him. He wasn't burning magic power, he was burning money. Lu Ye's heart ached to the extreme. Soon, Lu Yi passed through the domain of corruption. Wherever he passed, a huge hole appeared in the domain of corruption. Lu Yi turned around and charged into the corrupted domain again. At the insect path, the divine sea's filth tribe continued to surge out. However, the corrupted domain could no longer expand. Instead, as Lu Yi weaved back and forth, pure lands appeared one after another. After working for half a day, Lu Yi finally arrived at the insect path. At this moment, the vast corrupted domain had been incinerated by him. However, as long as the filth tribe continued to descend on the insect path, the filth would never be completely purified. Perhaps the filth tribe was unaware of the situation here. Instead, the divine sea's filth tribe showed no signs of stopping. Lu Yi knew that things weren't over yet, so he only stopped at the insect path for a moment before turning around and rushing back. A group of jade conch cultivators looked at him as if he was their savior. However, Lu Yi wasn't very happy. He only looked at Cho Wu and said, "Realm Lord Cho, I need to leave for a while." Cho Wu was startled. "Where are you going?" "To call for reinforcements." Jade conch alone couldn't solve the filth tribe's problem. The filth tribe had no intention of closing the insect path at all. It was obvious that they harbored ill intentions toward Jade conch. The previous battle didn't hurt them at all. In that case, he could only gather more and stronger forces and let the filth tribe know that Jade conch wasn't a pushover. Moreover, his talent tree's fuel needed to be replenished. He could purify the filth domain once or twice. However, as long as the filth tribe's invasion didn't stop, he had to keep purifying. Therefore, his talent tree's fuel needed to be sufficient. He could ask Jade conch to help him collect fire-type treasures. They should have a lot of them here. The problem of the talent tree's fuel was easy to solve. However, with his current strength, it wasn't enough to make the filth tribe afraid or hurt them. Lu Yi thought about it. To solve this problem, he had to borrow the power of the Soul Tribe. If he could invite Ri of the Soul Tribe, the filth tribe should be able to retreat. The only thing he was worried about was whether the filth tribe would make any big moves during his absence. However, if he wanted to completely solve the filth tribe's problem, he had to take this risk. Reinforcements. Cho Wu was puzzled. Where are you going to get reinforcements? In this galaxy, Jade conch was the strongest. He had heard of the Chaos Explosion Zone and Thousand Mountain. There was also Ri there. However, it was too far to go there. I have my own plans. Lu Yi didn't explain too much. I'm going to bring Ma Shangxi with me, so I can only rely on you guys. No matter what, we can't let the filth tribe stabilize the worm path. The reason why he wanted to bring Ma Shangxi was because he was faster and could save time. Cho Wu looked worried. How long will it take? Lu Yi calculated silently. A month should be enough. A month? Cho Wu was stunned. Where could Lu Yi go to get reinforcements in a month? However, since Lu Yi didn't say, he couldn't ask. His expression turned serious. This is related to Jade conch survival. Junior brother, don't worry. Even if Jade conch has to fight to the last person, we won't let the filth tribe stabilize the worm path. End of chapter. Chapter 1713. After making up his mind, Lu Yi no longer hesitated. Hesitation would only cause him to miss a good opportunity. Before leaving, Lu Yi asked Cho Wu to collect all the fire-type treasures in the Jade conch world. Then, he left quickly with Ma Shangxi. The star boat sped away at full speed, heading in the direction of the 9 provinces. After Lu Yi left, many cultivators in the Jade conch world looked at the chaos on the insect path and felt a little nervous. A large number of Divine Ocean Filth clan members were still rushing out. After being killed, the filthy power spread. Although they had medical cultivators who constantly used methods to dispel and purify it, the effect was completely different from Lu Ye's previous methods. Compared to the pervading filthy power, their efforts were simply a drop in the bucket. Ma Shangxi also knew that time was tight, so she drove the star boat with all her might. When the master and servants set off from the 9 states, it took them 10 days to reach the green Li Dao world. From there, it took them another half a month to reach the Jade conch world. However, because the 3 realms in the galaxy were distributed in a triangular shape, the journey back did not take so long. Especially under the premise that Ma Shangxi hurried with all her might, it only took them 10 days to reach a place near the 9 states where they could enter the Soul Clan's ancestral land. Lu Yi used the ability of the Little Flower Realm to put Ma Shangxi in it. Then he began to use the Rainbow Divine Lotus to connect to the Soul Clan's ancestral land. 2 hours later, Lu Ye's figure appeared in the space of the Soul Clan's ancestral land. Without any hesitation, Lu Yi identified the direction and went straight to the lotus land where the starry sky pool was located. When he saw Lu Yi, Elder Su Yuan, who was in charge of guarding the place, was speechless. Since ancient times, no one had entered the Soul Clan's ancestral land so frequently. Even the Soul Clan itself rarely left this place. However, recently, Lu Yi came and left again. He did not know what he was busy with. He seemed to be in a hurry. "Where did you come from?" Su Yuan asked. "From my homeland." Lu Ye's expression was cold. "Elder, I have something to ask you for help." "The soul jade is gone again?" Su Yuan looked at him. "It's not the soul jade." Lu Yi waved his hand and went straight to the point. "Elder, do you know about the Filth Clan?" Su Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Of course. Why, where did you encounter the Filth Clan?" "The Filth race has invaded the galaxy where my homeland is located." Lu Yi briefly explained the situation on the other side and pleaded, "Elder, please lend a helping hand and help this star system resolve this disaster." Hearing Lu Ye's narration, Su Yuan's expression also became solemn. If Lu Yi had come to the soul race for help, Su Yuan might not have agreed. After all, cultivators faced all kinds of dangers in the outside world. No matter what danger they encountered, they would always think that the soul race could help. That was not the mentality a cultivator should have. However, the corrupt race was different. The soul race was an extremely ancient race and knew a lot about the corrupt race. They had even fought against the corrupt race in a head-on battle. There was a blood feud between the two races. In addition, Lu Ye's status in the soul race was different. So Su Yuan only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "The filthy race's calamity cannot be ignored. How about this? This old man will personally go with you and resolve this problem." Lu Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. Elder is benevolent. I thank Elder on behalf of the billions of living beings in this star system. The corrupt race's first wave of attack had ended in complete failure. Even more than a dozen Yu Yao had died in battle, but such losses did not make them feel any pain. In the end, such losses were nothing to the corrupt race. Moreover, after the first wave of probing, the corrupt race had probably noticed the foundation of the Jade Conch Galaxy, which was why they were pestering them endlessly. However, if Ri came forward, the situation would definitely be different. The corrupt race would inevitably reevaluate the foundation of the Jade Conch Galaxy. In this way, the Jade Conch Galaxy would have a chance to completely resolve this problem. Lu Yi was willing to let the battlefield take a certain risk and come to the soul race just to ask Ri for help. This was the only place he had a chance to ask Ri for help. He thought there might be some twists and turns, but he did not expect Su Yuan to agree so readily. This problem was completely solved. Lu Yi was happy, but Su Yuan poured cold water on him again. But unless it is absolutely necessary, this old man will not personally take action. Lu Yi was stunned. If Su Yuan did not take action, how could he make the corrupt race retreat? Su Yuan sighed and explained, "Let me put it this way. If this old man takes action, the situation may be even more troublesome. My soul race and the corrupt race have a deep hatred. If they can't detect the aura of the soul race, then it's fine. But if they do, and it's Ri like this old man, they will definitely be more determined to obtain your galaxy." Lu Yi did not know what kind of hatred there was between the soul race and the corrupt race, but since Su Yuan said so, it was definitely not an ordinary hatred. Since you know about the corrupt race, then you must know about the Heaven Frost Mirror. The insect path of the corrupt race is formed by the Heaven Frost Mirror freezing space. Lu Yi nodded. Ma Shangxi had told him and the Jade Conch Galaxy cultivators about this from the very beginning. The insect path opened by the Heaven Frost Mirror is very unstable. When the insect path is first formed, the corrupt race members who can pass through it are not strong. Only when the insect path slowly stabilizes to a certain extent can Yu Yao pass through. Therefore, when the corrupt race invades a galaxy, a group of Yu Yao usually goes first and then finds a way to completely stabilize the insect path before Ri descends. Su Yuan undoubtedly knew the situation of the corrupt race very well, so he casually shared all kinds of information. But if you think that's all the corrupt race has, then you're wrong. Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. Please enlighten me, Elder. This heaven frost mirror is a starry sky supreme treasure after all. Under normal circumstances, the insect path opened by the heaven frost mirror is indeed unstable. But if the corrupt race pays a certain price to stimulate the heaven frost mirror's power, they can stabilize the insect path for a while. This time will not be too long, maybe 3 to 5 breaths, maybe even a dozen breaths. Lu Ye's expression froze. Ma Shangxi had not mentioned this before, so he obviously did not know. In other words, whether the insect path opened by the heaven frost mirror can be stabilized or not depends on the corrupt race's choice. It's not that they can't, but it's a matter of whether they want to or not. Of course, if they really do so, the corrupt race will have to pay a huge price, so under normal circumstances, they will not do so. However, if there is enough reason, they will not hesitate to forcibly stabilize the insect path. Once they did so, at least 2 Rizhao passages would arrive in 3 to 5 breaths of time. If that really happened, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Jade Conch Galaxy. Su Yuan pointed at himself. Once this old master's aura is leaked, the corrupt race will forcibly stabilize the insect path and send at least 2 Ri to descend. Lu Yi finally understood why Su Yuan said that he would not personally take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Because once his existence was exposed, not only would it not bring any benefits to the Jade Conch Galaxy, but it would also cause more trouble. Moreover, as far as Lu Yi knew, the soul race was a very special race. Their ability to fight head-on with others was very weak. They only cultivated the power of the soul their entire lives. Even if they were as strong as the Ri, this drawback could not be eliminated. Take Su Yuan, for example. If he faced another Ri expert, he would definitely not be the opponent if he only used normal methods. The only thing he could do was start a soul battle. This kind of battle was very fierce. Either the enemy died or he died. There was basically no other possibility. Therefore, when the spiritlings fought against their enemies, they would usually use the soul possession technique to attach themselves to a cultivator with a fleshly body. This way, the strength of the cultivator they attached themselves to would greatly increase. Moreover, when fighting against their enemies, the spiritlings could also use soul techniques to harass their enemies, creating a 2-on-1 situation. Due to various reasons, the soul race rarely fought with their enemies personally, especially against the filth race. It was even more inappropriate for Su Yuan to expose his existence. But don't worry, this old master will bring a batch of you, Yao, over to help you. As long as the corrupt race loses enough Yu Yao, they will most likely retreat on their own. That is good. Lu Yi nodded. The situation was a little different from what he had planned, but it was not a big problem. How many Yu Yao do you have on your side? Su Yuan asked. Lu Yi silently calculated and reported a number. Su Yuan nodded, and his divine sense surged in all directions. A moment later, Yu Yao of the soul race rushed over from all over the ancestral land. When they saw Lu Yi, they sized him up curiously. Most of the soul race knew about Lu Ye's existence. After all, he was the first living being to enter the soul race's ancestral land apart from the saint beasts. However, not many of the soul race had actually seen Lu Yi. Su Yuan briefly explained the situation, and the Yu Yao of the soul race nodded. If it was any other battle, they might not be interested. However, if it was to kill the corrupt race, no one would refuse. After gathering everyone, Su Yuan turned to Lu Yi and said, "Point the way." Lu Yi quickly immersed his mind into the starry sky pool and pointed out the direction for the soul race cultivators. The next moment, under Su Yuan's lead, many figures entered the starry sky pool. In the blink of an eye, many figures appeared in the starry sky outside the 9 states. Lu Yi let Ma Shangxi out. When Ma Shangxi saw so many unfamiliar faces around Lu Yi, he was clearly stunned. He had not been in the little flower realm for long, so he had no idea what Lu Yi had done. How did he get so many Yao all of a sudden? What shocked Ma Shangxi even more was that these Yao were of the soul race. And there was also sunshine. Ma Shangxi had no idea what his holy monarch was up to. He had said that he was going to call for reinforcements, but he had brought so many of them all at once. There were too many questions in his heart, but he could not ask them. He obediently summoned his star boat and carried Lu Yi and the soul race's Yao to the battlefield. 10 days later, the group arrived at the battlefield. Lu Yi frowned as he looked at the battlefield from afar. In less than a month, the area he had purified was filled with a large area of corruption. Moreover, the scale was much larger than before. End of chapter. Chapter 17:14. Not only was the scale of the filth domain larger than before, but the filth inside also seemed to be denser. This was undoubtedly the result of the deaths of a large number of low-level filth creatures, especially those with thick filth energy in their bodies. They seemed to be born to form the filth domain. Jade conchs Yao were scattered all over the place. Even when they were meditating, they couldn't relax their vigilance. Lu Yi could tell from their posture that they had experienced many battles during this period. They obviously wanted to stop the Yao of the filth race from descending, but unfortunately they didn't succeed. This was because there were more Yao of the filth race in the filth domain, and there were even more of them than before. Just like before, they were setting up that tower-like object again, trying to use it to stabilize the insect path. Lu Yi also discovered another problem. The insect path seemed to be larger than before. Obviously, something had changed while he was gone. Sensing the auras of Lu Yi and the others, Cho Wu immediately came forward. When he saw so many Yao with Lu Yi, he couldn't help but be startled. When Lu Yi said that he was going to call for reinforcements, he didn't understand what Lu Yi was going to do. But now, it seemed that reinforcements had really come. There were more than 10 Yao, and their auras were very strong. Junior brother Lu. Cho Wu led a group of jade conchs Yao over and greeted him. Realm Lord Cho. Lu Yi replied. Looking at the filth domain, he was slightly puzzled. Why is the insect path more stable than before? According to his previous observations, every time a Yao passed through the insect path, it would have a certain impact on its stability. Logically speaking, with so many Yao of the filth race coming over, the insect path should be very unstable. But this was not the case. Not only did the insect path not deteriorate, it became even more stable. Cho Wu said, I don't know what the filth race did, but nearly 10 days ago, the insect path suddenly changed. Then, several Yao of the filth race rushed out. We couldn't guard against them and could only retreat. Then it became like this. Jade conchs Yao had been fighting in the filth domain for a long time. Not only did they consume a lot of energy, but they were also constantly on guard against the corrosion of the filth. Their situation was very difficult. If they were only facing a group of filth divine sea filth race, they wouldn't have been able to stop it. If they hadn't retreated quickly, there would have been casualties. Hearing him say this, Yao of the filthy Yao, but they had to pay a price. Of course, the filthy race should have already used this method, but it was not to the extent that Rizhao could pass through, so the price they paid was not very high. It was still within an acceptable range. Su Yuan suddenly said slowly, Kid, once you kill this group of filth race people, they should take the initiative to retreat. The first wave of Yao from the depraved race had been completely wiped out. Now, the depraved race had sent another batch of Yao over. If they didn't achieve anything, the depraved race wouldn't be able to pose any threat to the Jade Conch race unless they forced Rizhao to descend. Yao wouldn't do this if Jade Conch didn't show enough benefits. They had invaded many places in the starry sky and opened up more than one battlefield. Not every battlefield could be easily conquered, so the filthy Yao didn't have to take Jade Conch. The premise was that Jade Conch had to show enough strength to protect themselves. This is... Cho Wu looked at Yu Yao. Even with his peak Yu Yao cultivation, he couldn't see through the other party's strength. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If he couldn't see through this person, then it must be Ri from Indefinite Galaxy? But how could Lu Yi come so far to bring Ri from Indefinite Galaxy in less than a month? This is Elder Su Yuan. Lu Yi gave a simple introduction and didn't say too much. Led by Cho Wu, the group of Yu Yao immediately bowed. Cho Wu said, "Thank you for your help, Elder. Jade Conch is very grateful." Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "The filth race has a blood feud with our race. Although we helped you, it was also our race's revenge. There is no need to thank us." Cho Wu was stunned. "May I ask Elder's race?" He wasn't as knowledgeable as Ma Shangxi. Although he felt that Su Yuan and the others didn't seem like humans, he couldn't tell which race they were. The soul race. The soul race has the ability to possess souls. They can greatly increase the strength of the possessed person. Later, we will cooperate with the senior brothers and sisters of the soul race to kill the enemy, Lu Yi explained. Cho Wu and the others' eyes lit up. Although they had never heard of the soul race, the ability to possess souls was something incredible. "How are you all?" Lu Yi asked. Cho Wu said, "We've mostly recovered." They retreated and didn't take the initiative to attack. 10 days was enough for them to fully recover. "Then let's do it." Lu Yi knew that this matter couldn't be delayed. He turned to the many soul race Yu Yao behind Su Yuan and said, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters." One of the soul race Yu Yao smiled and said, "It is our duty to fight the enemy together." Lu Ye's expression turned serious. He looked at Cho Wu and the others and said, "Please don't resist. Just relax." Although they didn't understand, they still did as they were told. In the next moment, the soul tribes Yu Yao pounced on the Jade Conchs Yu Yao one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the soul tribes Yu Yao disappeared. On the other hand, the Jade Conchs members were all shocked. The soul race's possession technique could greatly enhance the possessed person's strength. This kind of enhancement was comprehensive. Although it wouldn't increase the user's cultivation, it was close enough. The Jade Conch Yu Yao felt that with their current state, they would have no problem fighting above their cultivation level. Ma Shangxi's expression was particularly interesting. He never imagined that, as a blood race member, he would one day be able to cooperate with the soul race. Lu Yi had experienced being possessed before, but at that time both he and Li Shang were only late-stage Constellation Realm cultivators. Now he was at the early-stage Yu Yao realm, and the one who possessed him was the one who had spoken just now. She was at the late-stage Yu Yao realm. This sudden surge in strength made Lu Yi feel like his body was overflowing with energy that could be released. And this was only the late-stage Yu Yao possessing him. If Su Yuan were to possess him, of course, this idea wasn't very practical. The stronger the soul race was, the more pressure the possessed person would have to endure. Yu Yao cultivators could only withstand the soul race's possession. If Su Yuan were to use the possession technique on Lu Yi wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Fellow Taoist Lu, if you feel any pressure, just tell me." The soul race Yu Yao's voice sounded in his mind. Lu Yi nodded. "I'm fine." His physique had already reached the pinnacle of the constellation stage, and he had already manifested his own flower of the body. In terms of his divine sense, he also had the rainbow divine lotus. As such, Lu Yi didn't feel much pressure when Yu Yao possessed his body. If it were any other early-stage Yu Yao, they definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as him. "Let's go," Lu Yi said softly as he stared at the filthy ground. Cho Wu also shouted, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy." At his command, Cho Wu took the lead and charged forward. A group of Yu Yao and Yu Conches followed closely behind, charging forward bravely. This was a battle to protect their homeland. There was no way out. If they lost this battle, Yu Conches wouldn't have a good ending. Even though they had to face more Yu Yao than last time, everyone was full of confidence. Last time, even without the Soul Race's help, they could still wipe out the enemy. This time, with the Soul Race possessing them, there was no reason for them to lose. The battle instantly erupted. Just the aftermath of the battle between Yu Yao and Yu Yao wasn't something the Divine Sea's Filth tribe could withstand. Of course, the Constellation Filth tribe could withstand it, but they couldn't interfere in the battle. Battles broke out all over the battlefields. The Yu Yao of the Filth tribe were shocked to discover that their enemies were different this time. They'd fought Cho Wu and the others when they'd charged out of the insect path, so they naturally knew Yu Yao and Yu Yao's strengths. However, the Yu Yao of the Jade Kong clan had all become much more powerful in this clash. Not only that, but during the clash, the Yu Yao of the Jade Kong clan were also bombarded with soul techniques. As a result, the Yu Yao of the Filth clan felt immense pressure in just a single clash. If they hadn't outnumbered the Yu Yao, they would have been at a disadvantage. Lu Ye's side was already facing off against a mid-stage Yu Yao Star Beast Filth. This Filth didn't have any consciousness and was in a state of enslavement. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, he had to reduce the enemy's numbers. Given the Jade Conch's current state, as long as their numbers were about the same, they would definitely have the upper hand. That was why he'd targeted this Filth immediately. It was easier to kill a mindless enemy. With Yu Yao's late-stage soul race possessing them and Lu Ye's own strength, it wasn't difficult to kill this Filth. Yu Yao was like an octopus, its thick tentacles sweeping across. Many of the Divine Sea's Filth tribe members who couldn't dodge in time were torn to shreds. Lu Yi easily dodged its attack and landed on top of its head. As his magic power surged, a great sun exploded and enveloped the Filth. Filthy blood splattered. The Filth roared and swept its huge tentacles above its head. Lu Yi had no intention of dodging at all. He raised his long saber and slashed at one of the tentacles. With the support of the Divine Blade, the huge tentacle was cut open like tofu. Driven by inertia, it flew far away. The saber light kept flashing. In just 2 short breaths, all of the Filth's tentacles were cut off, leaving only an oval body. Filthy blood flowed from the wound. Instinctively, fear flashed in its eyes. A huge saber light suddenly attacked from the front. When Lu Ye's figure flashed past, the Filth had already been cut in half. After killing an enemy, Lu Yi rushed to the nearest battlefield without stopping. Outside the Filth domain, Su Yuan, who had restrained his aura, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the scene. He suddenly realized that Lu Ye's strength was a little abnormal. Cold, fever, discomfort, heaviness in the head, and light footing. Chapter 1715. Although Lu Yi was possessed by a late-stage Yu Yao, he had only recently ascended to the Yu Yao realm. Such a combination should be able to kill a mid-stage Yu Yao, but it shouldn't be so easy. However, in Su Yuan's opinion, Lu Yi didn't need to expend much effort to kill the filthy star beast at all. He finished the battle in just a few breaths of time. This kid seems to be quite amazing. As Su Yuan thought to himself, Lu Yi had already charged into Ma Shangxi's Sea of Blood. Now that her opponent had been dealt with, what she needed to do next was naturally to help the other Yu Yao on her side open up the situation and continuously expand her advantage. Ma Shangxi was the best choice. His Sea of Blood technique could create a huge geographical advantage for his side. Moreover, he was one of the only 2 peak Yu Yao, so it was most cost-effective to start from his side. Lu Yi had done the same during the previous battle with the filthy race, and it was the same this time. The master and servant had worked together before. So Ma Shangxi immediately knew what Lu Yi was planning to do when he sensed that he had charged into a Sea of Blood. There were 3 Yu Yao auras in the Sea of Blood, and all of them were late-stage Yu Yao. They were currently locked in a fierce battle with Ma Shangxi. Ma Shangxi would undoubtedly be under a lot of pressure if he were alone, but with the Yu Yao's possession, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, he felt like he could handle the situation with ease. He had long heard that the Yu Yao's possession technique was extremely mysterious and could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. However, the blood race had never had the chance to try it. He never imagined that he would have such an opportunity. He was probably the first blood race member in the world to be possessed by a Yu Yao. The pressure on Ma Shangxi's side wasn't great to begin with, so when Lu Yi arrived, Ma Shangxi had an even easier time. He fully activated the Sea of Blood's power to assist Lu Yi. Moments later, one of the filthy Yu Yao's auras died in the Sea of Blood. After dealing with one filthy Yu Yao, Lu Yi's consciousness immediately locked onto the second one. This was a member of the stone race. His entire body glowed with a stone luster. He was tall and well-defined, and at first glance he looked like he was made of stone. Lu Yi had a deep impression of this race. Back when he was at the Alpha Origin stage, he had fought against a member of the stone race called Baosher. There was only one word that could describe Baosher's strength. Looking at the entire starry skies, if the stone race claimed to be second in terms of physical defense, no other race would dare claim to be first. Not only that, but they were also born with boundless strength. In addition to their powerful physiques, they could be said to be natural body cultivators. In certain battlefields, they were most suited for attacking. In the starry sky, although the Stone Clan was not considered a large clan, their overall strength was not weak. They had their own top realm, and there were many experts in the clan. With Ma Shangxi's assistance, Lu Yi easily made his way to the Stone Clan member's side. Before he could react, Lu Yi had already slashed down with his mountain plate blade. Lu Yi's blade slashed into the other's back, and the immense force caused the Stone Tribe member to stagger. However, Lu Yi frowned slightly. This was because the effect of the slash was much worse than expected. As expected of the Stone race, who were known for their defensive abilities, even the Mountain Pan blade, which was imbued with the divine edge, only left a wound of less than a foot on his back. It was also very shallow. The Stone Tribe member roared in pain and turned around. Just as he was about to throw a punch, invisible spirit power surged forward, causing the Stone Tribe member's movements to falter. Yu Yao, who was possessing Lu Yi's body, had made her move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yi's blade danced in the air. Blade light flashed, and wound after wound appeared on the Stone Tribe member's body. In a battle between experts, life and death were separated by a fine line. If it were any other race, that brief moment of delay would have been enough to cost them their lives. However, although the Stone Tribe member was injured, he was not seriously injured. After breaking free from the Spirit race's spirit technique, the punch finally landed. Lu Yi retreated, only to feel the violent fist force wrapped in ferocious transcendence energy sweeping toward him like a gust of wind. It scraped against his skin, causing him to feel pain. His entire body was pushed back several miles in the sea of blood. Ma Shangxi's blood-binding technique had no effect on the Stone Tribe member. This was because the Stone Tribe was one of the rare races that didn't have blood. It could be said that the Stone Tribe members were very effective against certain techniques of the Blood Tribe. Ma Shangxi was clearly aware of this, so she didn't spend much effort on the Stone Tribe member. She handed it over to Lu Yi, while she focused on the other late-stage Yu Yao. After exchanging a few blows, Lu Yi realized just how powerful the Stone Tribe member was. From the looks of it, he would have to tear it apart if he wanted to deal with it. However, considering how tough the Stone Tribe member's body was, Lu Yi felt that it was best not to waste time on it. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this tough bone after dealing with the easier ones first. However, the injured Stone Tribe member was clearly enraged. Its divine sense locked onto Lu Yi's position, and it traversed the sea of blood to come at him. Lu Yi didn't want to tangle with it. Just as he was about to leave, he he suddenly thought of something. In the next instant, he used a leaping technique to meet the stone tribe member head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided. Lu Yi dodged the stone tribe member's attack while slashing down with his mountain blade. But this time, the Pan Shan saber suddenly burst into flames, as if it was burning. The long blade accurately landed on the stone tribe member's chest, leaving only a shallow wound. However, the effect of this slash was vastly different from before. Previously, when he was injured, the stone clan member did not have much of a reaction at all. However, when the blade came down, he seemed to have suffered a huge impact. His tall figure froze for a moment, and then he roared in pain. He instinctively wanted to counterattack, but the soul tribe member's soul technique was executed at just the right moment. It attacked his soul, causing his movements to stagnate for a moment. During this moment, Lu Ye's second slash had already landed. The scene became comical. The stone tribe member seemed to have turned into a marionette, his movements sluggish. In this situation, he had no way of fighting back against Lu Ye's frenzied attacks. This was the strength of the soul tribe. They could use soul possession techniques to attach themselves to other cultivators. Not only could it greatly increase the strength of the possessed cultivator, but the soul tribe member could also use soul techniques to attack their enemies. This wasn't a simple joint attack, but a deeper level of cooperation. Unless the stone tribe member could resist the soul tribe member's soul technique, this was a dead end. But in the entire starry sky, which race could resist a soul tribe member of the same realm in terms of soul cultivation? If it were any other race, the situation might be better, but for a race like the stone tribe member who was born with a powerful physique, their soul was destined to be a weakness. The stone tribe member roared continuously. He seemed to be enduring great torment and pain. His body was covered in wounds. However, these wounds weren't enough to take his life. Lu Yi didn't come with the intention of taking his life. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. Everything he was doing now was just a test. After 10 breaths, there was almost no intact part of the stone tribe member's body. But strangely, the stone tribe member no longer roared and roared. Instead, there was a fierce struggle in his eyes. Moreover, the originally thick, filthy power on his body had become incomparably thin, until a certain moment, he suddenly stood still and stopped chasing Lu Yi. Instead, he clenched his fists and his body trembled violently, as if he was fighting against something. Lu Yi stood not far away from him and watched with rapt attention. A look of expectation flashed in his eyes. After 3 breaths, the stone tribe member suddenly looked up at Lu Yi and said in a buzzing voice, "I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist to slash a few more times." Lu Yi was overjoyed, knowing that his guess was right. These filthy tribe members who were eroded and transformed by the filthy power could be reversed. The stone tribe member in front of him was the best proof. He had never thought of this before because, subconsciously, he regarded all the filthy tribe members who invaded the star system as enemies he must kill. He didn't hold back at all during the battle. If this stone tribe member wasn't tough enough, he would have already been killed. But thinking about it carefully, the reason why the stone tribe member was transformed into a filthy tribe member was because of the erosion of the filthy power, and the power of the talent tree could incinerate the filthy power. So, if he used the power of the talent tree to incinerate the filthy power in these transformed filthy tribe members, what would happen? With this idea in mind, when Lu Yi fought with the stone tribe member just now, he poured the power of the talent tree into every slash. While injuring his opponent, he also incinerated the filthy power in his opponent's body. Now that the effect had appeared, the stone tribe member had undoubtedly recovered a part of his sanity. Not only did he not attack Lu Yi again, but he also asked him to slash a few more times. Clearly, he wanted to completely get rid of the filthy power. This was a breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yi flashed forward and placed his hand on the stone tribe member's head, activating the power of the talent tree. The stone tribe member began to tremble. The filth in his body was quickly incinerated, and the struggle and resistance in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by endless clarity and exhaustion. He completely recovered, as if a lifetime had passed. He nodded slightly to Lu Yi. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Lu Yi nodded. "We'll talk about it later." He had many things to ask this stone tribe member. He turned to look at Ma Shangxi and shouted, "Don't kill him!" Since he could use the power of the talent tree to save these filthy tribe members, there was no need to kill them all. Keeping them alive was undoubtedly better than killing them all. As he spoke, Lu Yi rushed towards Ma Shangxi. There was still a late-stage Yu Yao here, but he was in a precarious situation. In a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Ma Shangxi, especially in a special environment like the Blood Sea. By the time Lu Yi arrived, the master and servant worked together and easily suppressed the filth race being. The Blood Sea turned into a cage, rendering the late-stage filth race being unable to resist. Lu Yi flashed to the filth race being's side and pressed his hand on the filth race being's body, activating the power of his talent tree. The filthy power was incinerated, but the result made Lu Yi frown. This was because the situation was different from what he had expected. As the filthy power in the filthy tribe member's body was incinerated, the filthy tribe member also lost his vitality, leaving behind only his physical body. Chapter 17:16. Ma Shangxi didn't disturb Lu Yi and only stood guard beside him. Everything in the Blood Sea was under his perception, so he was very clear about the changes in the Stone Clan. He was very shocked by the magic of his holy master's methods. However, he couldn't understand the situation in front of him. "What's going on?" Ma Shangxi asked. The Stone Clan had been reversed, so it didn't make sense for the Filth Clan to die. If there was a difference between the two, it would be the difference in their minds. From the Filth Clan he had met so far, they were divided into two types. One was those who didn't have a mind and only acted on instinct, and the other was those who still had a mind. Most of the Filth Clan belonged to the former type, and the latter was only a small portion. The former was basically driven by the latter. The Stone Clan was the type that still had a mind, while the dead Filth Clan member was the type that didn't have a mind. Lu Yi guessed that this was the reason why the two Filth Clansmen had different fates after being burned by him. Don't waste your energy on these Filth Clan members. Their minds have been obliterated by the filth and have been completely replaced by filth. So even if you save them, they will only leave behind a shell. The Stone Clan member who was saved by Lu Yi just now walked over and looked at the dead Filth Clan member in front of him with a sense of sadness. Lu Yi understood and turned to look at him. So only the Filth Clan members who still have a mind can be saved? Just like the Stone Clan member in front of him, he still had a mind of his own after being eroded by the filth for so many years. That was why there was a possibility of saving him. I can only say that there is a chance. The Stone Clan member nodded. Lu Yi immediately knew what to do. He looked at the Stone Clan member and said, "Do you still have the strength to fight?" The Stone Clan member's injuries weren't serious. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick, so he looked terrible. In fact, they were only minor injuries that couldn't be healed due to the obstruction of the Fong power. Now that they were no longer enemies, Lu Yi dispelled the Fong power on his wounds and he would recover soon. His problem was that his divine soul was unstable. The method used by the Soul Clan member who possessed Lu Ye's body had a great impact on the Stone Clan member's divine soul. So he looked a little dispirited at the moment. "Although I'm not at the peak, it's not that easy to die." The Stone Clan member replied in a muffled voice. Lu Yi nodded and turned to look at Ma Shangxi. The latter understood tacitly and drove the sea of blood towards the nearest battlefield. At this moment, almost all of the Yu Yao of the Jade Conches were outnumbered, but the battle was still evenly matched. After being possessed by the Soul Tribe, the Yu Yao of the Jade Conches experienced the feeling of their strength skyrocketing. The only problem was the erosion of the power of filth, so they couldn't fight for a long time. They could only think of ways to create an opening as soon as possible. However, before they could succeed, they saw the sea of blood spreading toward them. When they thought of the 2 moon jade late-stage auras that had withered away, how could they not know that Lu Yi and his servant had made another breakthrough? The situation was almost exactly the same as last time. Even the Yu Yao from Jade Conch felt embarrassed. The rest of the battle was simple. Wherever Ma Shangxi's sea of blood spread, death would follow. Originally, when he and Lu Yi worked together, Yu Yao of the filth race would find it difficult to resist. Now that Yu Yao was a late-stage stone race cultivator, they naturally had an easier time breaking through the situation. The defilements were killed one by one, and their advantage was gradually increasing. Lu Yi set his eyes on another defilement race cultivator. This was a human. Lu Yi didn't know which realm he came from, but he was also a weapon cultivator, just like Lu Yi. The reason why Lu Yi had set his eyes on him was because, like the stone race cultivator, he was one of the rare few who still had a sense of reason. According to the stone race cultivator, the defilements who had no sense of reason had their wills erased by the power of filth. Thus, even if Lu Yi burned away the filth in their bodies, he wouldn't be able to save them. However, this human was different. As long as he burned away the filth in his body, he would be able to return to his original state. That was what Lu Yi thought. However, the final result was completely different from what he had expected. With Ma Shangxi's help, he completely burned away the filth in this human weapon cultivator's body. However, the human still died. Lu Yi was a little confused as to what was going on. The battle drew to a close. After a short while, the final Yu Yao of the defilements was killed. Although there were still many low-level defilements left in the domain of filth, these small fries naturally posed no threat to Lu Ye's group. Just as Lu Yi and the others were about to deal with these defilements, the void suddenly trembled. Everyone was bewildered. When they looked in the direction of the disturbance, they discovered that the insect path was rapidly shrinking. A Yu Yao cried out in surprise, "The defilements are retreating!" The disappearance of the insect path was undoubtedly a clear indication of the defilements' attitude. They had sent 2 batches of about 34 Yu Yao to this place, but all of them had been killed. The Jade Conch galaxy had demonstrated enough ability to protect itself. Unless the defilements forcibly activated the power of the heavenly frost mirror to stabilize the insect path and allow sunlight to descend, there was no way they could conquer the Jade Conch galaxy. Before they realized that there were enough benefits to be gained here, the defilements wouldn't do so easily. This was because if they did, they would have to pay a huge price. A few dozen Yu Yao was a considerable force anywhere, but to the defilements it was nothing. Thus, they were willing to bear such losses. This was the fundamental reason why they were willing to retreat. Simply put, this kind of conquering method had always been used by the defilements. The Jade Conch galaxy was not the first galaxy they had encountered setbacks in, and it definitely wouldn't be the last. Not every battlefield opened by the defilements ended in victory. This kind of failure was nothing to them. The Yu Yao were overjoyed. Around the defilement domain, the constellations were also cheering. Their tense nerves finally relaxed after more than a month. Lu Yi also let out a long sigh of relief. If the defilements still didn't retreat, it would be troublesome. As long as the insect path was here, he couldn't leave. Fortunately, the current outcome was not bad. There was no need to worry about the defilements coming back. The Heavenly Frost Mirror's location was random. After experiencing this once, it was basically impossible for the Jade Conch galaxy to experience it again in a short period of time. Unless their luck was particularly bad, they could only blame it on their bad luck. In less than half an hour, the huge insect path completely disappeared, leaving behind only the defilement domain. The low-level defilements in the domain were all killed by the Yu Yao. Everyone retreated, leaving Lu Yi alone to purify the area. Lu Yi busied himself for a while, purifying all the filth here before returning. The group of Jade Konkyu, Yao, led by Cho Wu, bowed in unison and thanked Lu Yi. Everyone knew that if it weren't for Lu Yi, the Jade Conch galaxy wouldn't have had a good ending. In the first battle, Lu Yi and his servant played a crucial role in killing all the Yu Yao of the defilements. In the second battle, Lu Yi brought a group of Soul Tribe reinforcements. Otherwise, the Yu Yao of the Jade Conch galaxy alone wouldn't have been a match. Moreover, Lu Yi used miraculous methods to purify the defilement domain in both battles. This undoubtedly resolved the hidden danger completely. Although Lu Yi was also from the Jade Conch galaxy, this location was too close to the Jade Conch galaxy. When the defilements invaded, the Jade Conch galaxy would bear the brunt. You're too kind, Sector Lord Cho. I'm also a cultivator of this galaxy. It's my duty to protect my home. Of course, if you really want to thank me, give me a fire-type treasure. Purifying the filth will consume a lot of energy. Cho Wu hurriedly took out 2 storage rings. Everything is ready. Lu Yi had ordered the Jade Conch galaxy to collect fire-type treasures before he left. The Jade Conch galaxy naturally didn't dare to neglect and immediately began collecting them with the power of the entire Jade Conch galaxy. Originally, Lu Yi wanted to give them to him when he returned, but the battle was about to begin, so he didn't have time. Lu Yi happily took the 2 storage rings and scanned them with his divine sense. He knew that the talent tree fuel he consumed this time could be replenished, and he even made some profit. On the other side, Su Yuan was asking the Stone Tribe about some things. He wanted to find out more about the defilements, such as the location of the defilements. Unfortunately, although the Stone Tribe was rescued by Lu Yi, he didn't know much about the defilements because he didn't know the exact location of the defilements. Back then, after he was corroded by the filth and turned into a defilement, he entered the defilements through the insect path. Although he participated in many wars, he entered and exited through the insect path, so he really didn't know the exact location of the defilements. However, according to him, the defilements had as many experts as there were clouds. There were plenty of sunshine and countless Yu Yao, so the death of a few dozen Yu Yao was nothing to the defilements. Moreover, a defilement like him couldn't be considered a true defilement. There were naturally pure defilements in the defilements. There weren't many of them, but each of them was extremely powerful. Even he had never seen a pure defilement before. After chatting for a while, the information he obtained from the Stone Tribe was very limited. Su Yuan felt rather helpless. He pondered for a moment and beckoned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi hurriedly walked forward. "Elder, what are your orders?" Su Yuan waved his hand and isolated the surroundings with pure divine sense power. He stared at Lu Yi for a while and hesitated before saying, "That Ma Shangxi, is he a blood race member?" Ma Shangxi had no flaws when he transformed into a human, so even Su Yuan couldn't see any clues. However, the soul race had Yu Yao use a soul possession technique on Ma Shangxi, so they vaguely saw through Ma Shangxi's background and reported this matter to Su Yuan. Lu Yi didn't hide anything and nodded. "Yes, he is a blood race member." Su Yuan frowned. "Little friend, your future is boundless. The blood race's reputation isn't very good, so it's best if you don't get too involved with them." He didn't ask why Lu Yi was so close to a blood race member. Everyone had their own experiences and secrets, but as an elder, Su Yuan still had to remind Lu Yi. Sensing Su Yuan's concern, Lu Yi said, "Elder, don't worry, I know what to do." Chapter 17:17. Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi's relationship wasn't a simple friendship, but rather a master-servant relationship. Ma Shangxi was his blood servant, and this kind of connection couldn't be severed unless Ma Shangxi died. Lu Yi wasn't worried about being affected by the blood race's reputation. Ma Shangxi's disguise was very powerful, and even Su Yuan couldn't see through it. Unless he actively exposed his blood race identity, there wouldn't be much of a problem. The soul race was only able to see through his disguise because Yu Yao had used a soul possession technique on him. Su Yuan spoke again. There's one more thing you have to keep in mind, little friend. Lu Yi said seriously, "Please speak, elder." "Just now, you purified the filth and reversed the filth race. Try not to expose them in front of too many people. You should also tell the people here not to leak the news." Lu Yi was puzzled. Su Yuan sighed. "Your methods are taboo for the filthy race. If they learn of your existence, they might have some thoughts they shouldn't have. In short, it's best to be careful." Lu Yi thought about it carefully and found that Su Yuan was right. It was one thing for him to use his talent tree to purify the filth, but medical cultivators could also do the same. It was just a lot less efficient, but reversing the reversal of the filthy race was a bit unthinkable. It would be fine if the filthy race didn't know about this, but if they did, they would definitely view Lu Yi as a thorn in their side. Being targeted by such a huge monster hiding in the dark, his future days would not be easy. "I understand." Lu Yi nodded. The soul race didn't stay here for long. The filthy race had already retreated, and the insect path had also disappeared. There was nothing else for them to do now. After chatting with Lu Yi for a while, Su Yuan led the soul race's Yu Yao back home. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, there were many things he had to deal with after battle. There was also the stone race member he had rescued. Lu Yi wanted to talk to him. The Jade Conch realm hadn't suffered many losses in the battle with the filthy race. None of the Yu Yao race members had died, and the Star Constellation realm had lost some people, but not many. Even though there was no danger here after the insect path disappeared, the Jade Conch realm still arranged for people to stay here and monitor the situation. 10 days later, in the Jade Conch realm, Lu Yi and Bai Dang were sitting across from each other. Bai and was the name of the member of the Stone Clan that he had saved. In 10 days, with the help of the soul jade that Lu Yi had given him, his damaged divine soul had completely recovered. Under normal circumstances, Bai En's body was huge. However, at this moment, his body had turned into the size of a normal human. Clearly, this was a secret technique. Today, Bai En came to find Lu Yi to express his gratitude. After all, if it weren't for Lu Ye's miraculous methods, he would still be under the command of the filth race and fighting everywhere. Who knows when he would die somewhere? Such kindness is like a new life. I am extremely grateful. But now he could only be grateful. There was nothing he could give in return. Lu Yi didn't care about this. It was just an accident that he saved Tao Wu. Initially, he just wanted to use the talent tree's power to kill the filth tribe more easily. Who knew that Tao Wu would recover as they fought? Moreover, in the later campaign, Bai Si also contributed a lot. What do you plan to do next? Lu Yi asked. Bai thought for a moment and said, "I want to go back to the 5-color domain. I haven't been back for too many years. I don't know if I still have relatives." The 5-color domain was the only top domain occupied by the Stone Clan. It was famous in the entire starry sky. Bai and was born in the 5-color domain. Many years ago, when he went out to travel and passed through the starry sky, he was inadvertently involved in the invasion of the filth race. He couldn't bear to see the creatures of that galaxy being slaughtered, so he took the initiative to join the battlefield. However, when he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Thus, he entered the filth race and became a member of the filth race. Over the years, he fought for the filth race everywhere. Now that he suddenly looked back, he was full of guilt and uneasiness. After wandering outside for so many years, it was normal for him to want to go back to his homeland to take a look. "I wonder if you know how to go to the 5-color domain from here?" Bain asked. He had come here today to express his gratitude to Lu Yi in person, and to inquire about the way back. Lu Yi shook his head. This galaxy is relatively remote. More than 10 years ago, we didn't even have the ability to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, I don't know where the 5-color domain is. Bai and was not disappointed when he heard this. He had expected this situation. If there was no correct way, then he could only take one step at a time. However, if he wanted to return to the 5-color domain, There would be many twists and turns, and he didn't know how much time it would take. Although I don't know where the 5-color domain is, I'm going to the Wanxiang Galaxy. If you're willing, you can come with me. There should be a worm passage connected to the 5-color domain in the Wanxiang Galaxy, Lu Yi said. The reason why he said this was because Lu Yi knew that there was a spiritual island in the Wanxiang Sea that was occupied by the Stone Clan. Since that was the case, the Stone Clan must have a convenient way to enter and exit the Wanxiang Galaxy. Even if there was no worm passage directly connected to the 5-color domain, there should be such a worm passage in the nearby galaxies. Otherwise, the Stone Clan wouldn't have been able to enter the Wanxiang Sea on such a large scale. Bai En's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great. Once we reach the Wanxiang Galaxy, it will be much easier to return to the 5-color domain. Then you should get ready. I'll set off in a few days. Bai En thanked him and stood up to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and said seriously, "Fellow Lu, I'll remember your kindness of giving me a new life. I won't tell anyone about the battle with the filthy clan." Lu Yi was stunned and then nodded slightly. Bai and probably didn't hear Su Yuan's and his advice, but the method to reverse the filthy clan situation was really incredible. Bai and obviously knew the importance of this matter, so he deliberately expressed his stance to Lu Yi, telling him that he would keep his mouth shut and would never reveal anything to anyone. From this, it could be seen that although Bai En looked simple and honest, his mind was very flexible. In truth, Lu Yi had thought about trying to rope in Bai En. After all, he was at the late stage of the Moon Jade tribe. No matter where he went, he wouldn't be considered weak. However, the Stone tribe wasn't a tribe without backing, and he was different from Ma Shangxi. Simply trying to rope him in wouldn't work. 2 days later, Lu Ye's preparations were complete, and he was about to set off. He came to Jade Conch with the intention of bringing another group of Jade Conch cultivators to the Wanxiang Sea. However, he spent a lot of time forging the scabbard of the Pan Shan saber and encountered the filthy clan's invasion. As a result, he was delayed for a few months. Jade Conch was very interested in sending more people to the Wanxiang Sea. If it wasn't for the accident with the heavenly frost chill, this matter would have been settled long ago. It was not too late now. This time, Jade Conch domain only sent 100 constellations, just like Qing Li Dao domain. However, Jade Conch also sent a Yuyao. This was Lu Ye's suggestion. The rule of the Wanxiang Sea was that non-locals were not allowed to stay on the Wanxiang Sea for long. When Big Luo Xie escorted the fleet to the Wanxiang Galaxy, he left in a hurry after a few days on the Wanxiang Sea. He had to leave. If he exceeded the time limit, it would be a provocation to the local forces of the Wanxiang Galaxy. The Wanxiang Galaxy's sunshine would definitely come out and deal with him. Therefore, Luo Xie could only experience the vastness of the Wanxiang Sea in a hurry to broaden his horizons. This rule was mainly set by the Wanxiang Galaxy for the convenience of management. The environment of the Wanxiang Sea was too complicated. Who knew how many forces from different galaxies were stationed here? Many forces had Rizhao behind them. If one force came to stay, another force came to stay. The local forces of the Wanxiang Galaxy would not be able to manage it. Therefore, such a rule was set. Simply put, it was fine if you came to take a look. Leave as soon as you saw it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. This was only one of the rules of the Wanxiang Sea. The other rule was that each force could only have 5 Yuyao at most. As for the constellations, there was no limit to the number. This was because no matter how many constellations there were, their strength was only SOSO. They could not cause too much trouble on the Wanxiang Sea. This rule was also set by the Wanxiang Sea for the sake of better management. The competition between the Yuyao and the constellations was different. If there were too many Yuyao stationed in the Wanxiang Sea, it would cause a huge commotion. If there were only 5 Yuyao, there would be a limit no matter how big the commotion was. These were the 2 rules that every force had to abide by if they wanted to survive in the Wanxiang Sea. It was also a rule that everyone tacitly agreed upon. Since ancient times, No force had dared to violate it. Because of the second rule of the Wanxiang Sea, Lu Yi suggested that the Jade Conch domain send another Yao, to accompany him. Lu Ye's initial plan was to have the Jade Conch domain send out 2 Yao. This was because the three-world island only had 2 Yao on the surface, Luanxiaoa and Tangjun. Although the Mermaid Clan could help at a critical moment, the Mermaid Clan was still a special race. Lu Yi did not want to expose their existence as long as he could, lest others coveted them. Now that he had a Yao, there were 3 of them. If he had not coincidentally subdued Ma Shangxi, the Jade Conch domain could indeed send out 2 more Yao. However, now that Ma Shangxi was here, the Jade Conch domain only had 1 slot left. He Baichuan was the candidate chosen by the Jade Conch domain this time. A late-stage Yao was in the prime of his life. Moreover, he was an individual cultivator. There was no doubt that he was very suitable. The last time the Jade Conch domain worked with Lu Yi, they had some misgivings because Lu Yi himself did not come to the Jade Conch domain. Only Wu Zhua had gone. Although they had some misgivings, the Jade Conch domain was still very interested in the Wanxiang Sea. That was why Luanxiaoa, a peak Yao, had led 100 constellations to follow Lu Yi to the Wanxiang Sea. Now that everyone had experienced the battle against the Filth tribe together, the Jade Conch domain's Yao had not only vaguely glimpsed Lu Ye's great potential, but also confirmed that there was a sunshine expert behind Lu Yi. Therefore, they were eager to cooperate with him. The Jade Conch domain gladly agreed to Lu Ye's suggestion. Chapter 1718. In the Jade Conch world, Lu Yi opened the door to the Little Flower world. The 100 constellations of the Jade Conch world entered under He Baichuan's lead. And also entered before Lu Yi closed the door. Junior brother Lu, please take care of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Over at the Jade Conch world, the realm Lord Cho Wu led the way. Lu Yi nodded. The 3 realms are one. Don't worry, Realm Lord. With his hands behind his back, Wu Zhua looked at Lu Yi and said, when we reach the 10,000 Elephant Sea, tell old Tang to come back immediately. He was still thinking about going to the 10,000 Elephant Sea personally. Tang Jun, an old man with no ambitions, was guarding there. It was better for him to work hard. At least he had room for improvement. Lu Yi nodded and cupped his fists. Everyone, please stay. He stepped onto the star boat. Ma Shangxi activated his magic power and rushed into the starry sky. After the star boat disappeared from their sight, everyone retracted their gazes. Wu Zhua did not stay here for long. Although there was no danger in the Green Dawn Dao world, it was different with Yao guarding it. What if some stupid star beast came to disturb the realm? He had to go back and watch over the place. On the star boat, Lu Yi sat cross-legged and cultivated. Ma Shangxi focused on steering and rushed to the place where they came from. Ma Shangxi kept the star boat. Lu Yi used the Little Flower world to put him away. He used the Rainbow Divine Lotus to connect to the Soul Race's ancestral land. Soon, Lu Yi appeared on the Lotus land where the starry pond was. Su Yuan sat there leisurely. He looked up at Lu Yi and asked, "Is everything settled?" The last few times Lu Yi came, he would check on the situation. Now he was too lazy to do so. No one else could enter and leave the Soul Race's ancestral land so frequently except for Lu Yi. Lu Yi responded, "Yes, it's done." Su Yuan nodded and did not stand up. "Go where you want to go." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Yi did not stand on ceremony and went straight to the starry pond. It was difficult to find the 9 states with the help of the starry pond because Su Yuan did not know the exact location of the 9 states. He had never been to the nearby starry wonders, so he could not pinpoint a location. However, going to the 10,000 Elephant Sea was different. Such a famous wonder in the starry sky could be easily found even in the starry sky pool. It didn't take long for Lu Yi to locate the myriad Elephant Sea. Using it as a starting point, he quickly found the location where Li Shang had brought him back to the soul race's ancestral land. This place was also the closest place to the myriad phenomenon sea where one could enter the soul race's ancestral land. Elder, I'll be going then. Lu Yi turned his head and said. Su Yuan merely waved his hand. Lu Yi pounced towards the starry sky pond, his spiritual sense locking onto that direction. After a moment of dizziness, Yang Kai came back to his senses and found himself in the middle of a starry sky. Looking around, Yang Kai examined the nearby stars and confirmed that he had not come to the wrong place. This was the place where Li Shang had brought him last time. Sangyue Galaxy. This galaxy had a direct connection to the Wanxiang Galaxy. He opened the door to the small flower realm and let Ma Shangxi out. Then he ordered him to summon his star boat and briefly identify the direction before giving him directions. The star boat flew across the starry sky toward the Wanxiang Galaxy. On the star boat, Ma Shangxi looked around suspiciously as he steered the boat. He wanted to say something several times but stopped himself. Seeing that Lu Yi was focused on cultivating, he didn't dare to disturb him. Suddenly, Lu Ye's voice rang out. Ask away if you have anything to ask. It was only then that Ma Shangxi asked, Which galaxy is this, Holy Sovereign? He could vaguely feel that this was no longer the Jade, Conch Galaxy, because the environment felt different from the Jade, Conch Galaxy. Therefore, he couldn't understand why the Holy Sovereign had come to another galaxy while he was in the Little Flower Realm. Sangyue. Lu Yi replied simply. Ma Shangxi pondered for a moment and said in surprise, Is this the Sangyue Galaxy connected to the Wanxiang Galaxy? Oh, you know this galaxy? Lu Yi was surprised. It was true. Ma Shangxi was shocked. He laughed dryly and said, To be honest, Holy Sovereign, I spent some time in the Wanxiang Sea, so I know a little about the surrounding galaxies. Lu Yi had already guessed that Ma Shangxi had been to the Wanxiang Sea, so he wasn't surprised. However, it seemed that Ma Shangxi had spent a long time in the Wanxiang Sea. This made Lu Ye's heart sink. The blood breeds were too good at disguising themselves as humans. On the surface, there were no active blood breeds in the Wanxiang Sea, but who knew how many were hiding in the dark? The tragedy of the Quiet Moon star system back then was a bloody lesson. That by gene of the blood race had managed to sneak into the Sunshine star system without being exposed. At the critical moment, he stabbed the Four-Corner star system and almost caused a catastrophe. It wasn't hard to imagine that there were many blood breeds in the Wanxiang Sea. Although he had the ability to identify them, he had to encounter them first. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. In comparison, the blood breeds were undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than the insect race. Lu Yi suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ma Shangxi and said, When we get there, I'll introduce you to someone. Teach him the art of disguise. As for Lan Chiyue, although she could also conceal the various characteristics of the blood clan and disguise herself as a human, her methods were obviously incomparable to Ma Shangxi's. Lu Yi had always been worried that she would accidentally expose her identity one day. Now that she had Ma Shangxi to teach her, there would not be any problems. Ma Shangxi was shocked. There are other blood warriors under Holy Sovereign's command. If not, why would he need to use the blood breed's disguise? He's not a blood warrior. You'll know when you see him, Lu Yi replied. Ma Shangxi didn't dare to ask any more questions and focused on steering the star boat. When they were about to reach the insect path, Lu Yi put Ma Shangxi into the Little Flower Realm. It wasn't that he was afraid of his identity being exposed, but that he had to pay a fee to pass through the insect path. Even if it wasn't much, he would save as much as he could. There was a huge floating continent beside the insect path. There was a palace on the floating continent. It was undoubtedly the place where Blue Moon Galaxy's Yu Yao resided. There was also a similar place on the other side of the insect path. When Lu Yi first came here, he spent some spirit jades to obtain a pass. The difficulty of entering the Blue Moon Galaxy was different from the difficulty of leaving the Blue Moon Galaxy. The last time he entered the Blue Moon Galaxy as a constellation, he was asked some questions. For example, his background, why he wanted to enter the Blue Moon Galaxy, and so on. This time, no one asked him anything. They just took some spirit jades and let him pass. The reason for this was naturally because the 1,000-elephant galaxy was outside the insect path. No matter what Lu Yi wanted to do, it had nothing to do with Blue Moon. Even if he wanted to attack the 1,000-elephant sea, Blue Moon wouldn't care. After exiting the insect path, he smoothly arrived at the 1,000-elephant galaxy. Looking in the direction of the 1,000-elephant sea, Lu Yi smiled slightly. After so long, he was finally back. Next, he had to work hard to improve his cultivation. Han Ke had told him that with the 7-color divine lotus, his divine soul would constantly grow. Therefore, his cultivation had to keep up. If his divine soul's foundation exceeded his cultivation level by too much one day, it would not end well for him. To others, this might be a little difficult. However, to Lu Yi, as long as he had enough talent tree fuel, improving his cultivation was not a problem at all. Therefore, this time, not only did he need to use the 1,000-elephant sea to cultivate, but he also needed to develop the 3-world island. Only with enough spirit jades could he cultivate without any worries. When he was in the Star Mansion, Lu Yi didn't feel much. However, now that Yu Yao was here, and he was back in the 1,000-elephant galaxy, Lu Yi could clearly sense that the cosmic energy here was denser than any other galaxy he had encountered. This was clearly because of the 1,000-elephant sea. The denser cosmic energy meant that it would be easier to nurture spirit jades and spirit crystals. Therefore, many low-level cultivators who couldn't establish themselves in the 1,000-elephant sea would search for spirit jades in the 1,000-elephant galaxy to satisfy their cultivation needs. Of course, doing so came with risks. In the 1,000-elephant galaxy, except for the regions near their own galaxy, there were all kinds of fierce fights. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lu Yi steered the star boat a certain distance away from the Dark Moon Galaxy's insect path. Only then did he release Ma Shangxi. After thinking for a moment, he released Bai Dan. This is the 1,000-elephant galaxy. Bai Dan was shocked. Lu Yi had stored him in a small world. It had only taken him 20 days to reach the 1,000-elephant galaxy from the Jade Conch Galaxy in just 20 days. It was a little unbelievable. However, if the Jade Conch Galaxy was connected to the 1,000-elephant galaxy through the insect path, then it made sense. Brother, we've arrived at the 1,000-elephant galaxy. What are your plans? Lu Yi asked. Bai Dan thought for a moment and said, I want to return to the 5-color domain first. Lu Yi was not surprised by this. If he had been wandering outside for many years, he would have had the same thought. He immediately said, Then I wish you a safe journey. He rummaged through his storage ring and took out a star boat. Brother, take this. He had killed many members of the Divine Wind Pirate Gang, and this was one of the spoils of war. Bai Dan was stunned for a moment before he took the star boat. This is exactly what I need. I won't refuse. Then farewell. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Bai Dan returned the gesture. Thank you for taking care of me, Brother Lu. Don't mention it. Lu Yi nodded and called out to Ma Shangxi. The latter steered the star boat and flew toward the 1,000-elephant sea. Brother Lu, Bai Dan suddenly called out from behind. Lu Yi turned around. If I come to the 1,000-elephant sea again, where can I find you? The 3-world island. Lu Yi waved his hand. After watching Lu Ye's star boat disappear into the distance, Bain withdrew his gaze, turned around, and flew in another direction. There was a tunnel in that direction. Although it wasn't connected to the 5-color realm, it was connected to a neighboring galaxy. That galaxy was basically dependent on the 5-color domain. Therefore, as a member of the stone race, it was not difficult for him to pass through it. He had not returned for 1,000 years, and he was a little nervous. He did not know if his old friend was still there. On Lu Ye's star boat, he let He Baichuan out. He Baichuan was dazzled when he came to such a prosperous place from a remote place like the Jade, Conch Galaxy. Chapter 1719. The Island of Versatility was the largest spiritual island in the Ocean of Versatility. It was located at the center of the Ocean of Versatility. It was one of the spiritual islands directly under the jurisdiction of the local star system, and was also the most valuable spiritual island. The famous Vientiane Chamber of Commerce was located on this top spiritual island. However, this did not mean that the Plenitude Chamber of Commerce was the only one on the island of Versatility. Normally, a spiritual island that was open to all kinds of trade activities was divided into two parts. One part was for the cultivators, and the other part was for trade. Just like the unparalleled island in the past, when Chu Shen made the plan, he actually followed this model. The same went for the island of Versatility. Only 30% of the island was open to the public, while the remaining 70% was off-limits to outsiders. Within this area, many cultivators from the local galaxies had set up their own caves to cultivate. The mystical jade vein of the island of Versatility was located within this area. At the same time, the island of Versatility was the only spiritual island on the Ocean of Versatility that was guarded by sunshine experts. There were 5 of them. These sunshine experts were in charge of guarding the Ocean of Versatility. They did not usually show themselves and were only used as a deterrent. In fact, there were not so many of them at first. At first, there were only 3 sunshine experts guarding the island of Versatility, as 3 sunshine experts were enough. However, after Ma Bin snuck into the island of Versatility and killed one of the 3 sunshine experts, the Wanxiang Galaxy had increased the number of sunshine experts. They had no choice but to increase the number of sunshine experts, as they did not feel safe. Now that 5 sunshine experts were gathered on the island of Versatility, the same tragedy would not happen again. At this moment, on the island of Versatility, a figure was waiting respectfully outside one of the sunshine experts' palaces. It was Tang Jun. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter this place. Tang Jun had paid a hefty price to be able to enter through a referral. As for why he was here, it was obviously to meet the sunshine expert in the palace. Although he was anxious, he did not show it on his face. It was unknown how long they had been waiting outside when a young man slowly walked out from the palace. This young man did not look old, and his face was pale without a beard. His cultivation was not considered high, only at the middle stage of the constellation realm. However, he had his hands behind his back, giving off the air of a boss. Seeing him walk out, Tang Jun, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly went up to him. With a smile on his face, he asked enthusiastically, "Brother Yuan, how was it?" The constellation that Tang Jun called Brother Yuan was called Yuan Cheng, and to have the qualifications to enter and leave such a place, his identity was obviously not ordinary. Yuan Cheng still had his hands behind his back. He glanced at Tang Jun and said with disgust, "What are you talking about? Who's your brother? Don't make me sound old." Tang Jun was stunned and continued to smile. My bad. It's fellow Taoist Yuan. I've been rude. Please forgive me." If this were any other place, Tang Jun, a mid-stage moon jade realm cultivator, calling a mid-stage constellation realm cultivator brother, would definitely be giving him face. However, since the other party was unwilling to listen to him, there was nothing Tang Jun could do. Furthermore, he had a favor to ask of the other party, so he could only continue acting humble. Yuan Cheng pointed at him and said in a tone of a father lecturing his son, "Be careful next time." Yes. Tang Jun couldn't help but nod his head. He didn't have the slightest bit of Yu Yao's spirit at all. He cautiously glanced into the palace and asked in a low voice, "Then what do you mean, Guardian Yuan?" The 5 Sunshine Realm cultivators overseeing this place were all guardians of the 10,000 Creation Sea. It wasn't a problem for Tang Jun to address them as such. Yuan Cheng shook his head. "I didn't see the elder ancestor. He's still in seclusion. Come again next time. Although he had expected this, Tang Jun still felt disappointed. He wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't even give out benefits. It was really awkward and sad. He forced a smile and asked, "Then when will Guardian Yuan come out of seclusion?" Yuan Cheng looked at him. "What? Since when does the elder ancestor have to report to you? Why don't you go in and ask him yourself?" As he spoke, he stepped aside. I wouldn't dare. Tang Jun was shocked. He hurriedly explained, "I'm just asking casually. I don't mean anything else. I've long heard of Guardian Yuan's great name. I just wanted to pay you a visit and listen to your teachings." Yuan Cheng snorted coldly. "There are countless Yu Yao on the 10,000 creation sea. If you want to listen to the elder ancestors' teachings, you'll have to see if you're qualified." Tang Jun gritted his teeth and took out a storage ring that he had prepared beforehand from his sleeve. He moved forward and stuffed it into Yuan Cheng's hand without a trace. Yuan Cheng turned his head and stared at him. "What are you doing?" Tang Jun smiled apologetically. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. I only hope that fellow Taoist Yuan can let me know when the Guardian comes out of seclusion. I'll pay you a visit again." As he spoke, he gently patted Yuan Cheng's hand. Yuan Cheng scanned the ring with his divine sense and knew that the weight in the ring was lighter. His expression softened slightly. He smiled and said, "No wonder people say that old people become shrewd. You're really good at dealing with people. All right, when the elder ancestor comes out of seclusion, I'll tell you." Tang Jun immediately showed a grateful expression. "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist." Then he said, "Would it be convenient for you to leave a note imprint?" Yuan Cheng became impatient again. He waved his hand and said, "What's the point of leaving that thing? Go back. I'll send someone to inform you when the time comes." Tang Jun's expression darkened, but he quickly returned to normal. He didn't dare to insist, lest he offend the elder ancestor again. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll return to the three-world island first. I'll wait for your good news." Although he knew that there wasn't much hope, he still deliberately mentioned the three-world island. He was afraid that if the elder ancestor really wanted to inform him of something, he couldn't find him. "Got it. Then I'll take my leave." Tang Jun cupped his fists and left in a carefree manner. As he walked out of the area, Tang Jun looked back and couldn't help but sigh. His face was full of worry. The three-world island. Where will it go from here? He didn't even get to see Nikita Race's face. He had spent a lot of spiritual jades in vain. Not only did he give Yuan Cheng spiritual jades, but he had also paid a lot of money to enter the area just now. He had begged many people to get the result. This was also because he saved up some connections when he was working on the Wushuang Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have this path. The three-world island was developing well. However, the better it developed, the greater the danger in a place like the Wanxiang Sea. He walked out of the Wanxiang Island absent-mindedly. He took out a note and sent a message to Luan Xiaoa. Soon there was a reply. "How is it? I didn't see him." He said he's in seclusion. Luan Xiaoa didn't understand. Then Yuan Du is already in the sun reflection state. Why is he in seclusion? It's obvious that he doesn't want to see us. Tang Jun hit the nail on the head. The situation in the three-world island is still unclear. That's why Riguang won't make any decisions easily. If we want to see Yuan Du, we have to be strong enough and show that we have the ability to stabilize the three-world island. Luan Xiaois said angrily, "If we have the ability to stabilize the three-world island, why would we ask him for help?" There was nothing wrong with what she said. If the three-world island's cultivators had the ability to stabilize the three-world island, they wouldn't need to ask for help. It was because they didn't have the ability that they needed to establish a relationship with Riguang and ask for his protection. Tang Jun said helplessly, "This is the general trend of the Wanxiang Sea." Luan Xiaoa was speechless for a long time before she replied, "Come back first." Be careful on the road. If it was in the past, Luan Xiao would look down on people like Tang Jun. However, after working with Tang Jun for so long, Luan Xiao saw Tang Jun's hard work. Naturally, she had a good impression of him, especially in a place like the Wanxiangxi. No matter what, Tang Jun was her family. Now that the situation was sensitive, she naturally had to warn Tang Jun. Tang Jun nodded. I know. I've already disguised myself before I came. On the three-world island, Luan Xiao ended her message with Tang Jun. She frowned and her face was full of dissatisfaction. Before coming to the Wanxiangxi, she never thought that the rules of survival in such a treasure land would be so complicated. In fact, when the three-world island was still developing, she didn't encounter any messy situations. Until recently, when the three-world island rose to prominence, all kinds of troubles came one after another. Fortunately, Tang Jun had experience. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to maintain the situation by herself. However, there were some things that couldn't be solved with experience. For cultivators, being powerful and having a strong foundation was always the biggest bargaining chip. What the three-world island lacked now was these. In conclusion, to establish a foothold on the Wanxiangxi, one couldn't just plant a flag on any random spiritual island. One had to have the ability to establish a foothold. At the same time, one had to find a suitable backer. Luan Xiao frowned and pondered. She didn't know how to solve the problem. Just as she was feeling helpless, she suddenly sensed that the protective formation of the three-world island had been activated. She was shocked, subconsciously thinking that an enemy had come to attack. Recently, the three-world island had not been very peaceful, so it was normal for an enemy to attack. However, when she turned her head to look, she saw a familiar figure quickly approaching. Luan Xiao was stunned. Then, she hurriedly revealed a joyful expression. "Junior brother, you're back? Why didn't you send a message?" Lu Yi stood in front of her and smiled. Before he spoke, Luan Xiao was shocked again. "Junior brother, you've already become a Yu Yao." The mana waves on Lu Ye's body were too obvious. This was undoubtedly a sign that he had become a Yu Yao. Behind him, He Baichuan appeared. He shook his head and sighed. "Now that I have a new junior brother, I won't be able to see my old junior brother. Senior sister Luan, I'm a little sad." Luan Xiao was stunned. "Junior brother Hiyu, how did you get here?" She couldn't be blamed for being so surprised. She had followed Lu Yi from the Jade Conch Galaxy to the Wanxiangxi. She knew how long they had spent on the journey. The last time Lu Yi left was a year ago. This amount of time was not even enough for him to return to the Jade Conch Galaxy. Therefore, Luan Xiao couldn't understand how He Baichuan could appear here. He Baichuan was even sadder now. "Senior sister Luan, you don't welcome me. Should I leave?" Luan Xiao glared at him. "Don't joke around." He Baichuan laughed loudly. He opened his arms and walked towards Luan Xiao. It looked like he wanted to give her a hug. He said, "Senior sister, I've missed you so much." Luan Xiao didn't hold back. She slapped his head, causing He Baichuan to stop. Chapter 1720. He Baichuan covered his head, looking aggrieved. "Senior sister, I'm a Yu Yao after all. There are people watching. Give me some face." "What face do you want?" Luan Xiao seemed to be in a good mood because her junior brother had come. She turned around and looked at Ma Shangxi, who was standing behind Lu Yi. She could sense that this unfamiliar face was very powerful. He might be at the peak of the Yu Yao realm like her. Ma Shangxi stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Ma Shangxi greets you." Luan Xiao did not dare to delay. She hurriedly returned the greeting. She was slightly puzzled, so she glanced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said bluntly, "He's one of us." Luan Xiao's eyes lit up. After the commotion, 2 more figures appeared. They were the mermaid clan's great elder Yen Miao and 4th elder Cheng Xan. Lu Yi was not very familiar with the 4th elder, but he had seen him many times. Moreover, He was the one who had helped the fourth elder to leave the 10,000 elephant sea. They immediately greeted each other. Lu Yi did not see Tang Jun. He asked, "Where's old Tang?" Luan Xiaoa said, "He went out to handle some matters. He'll be back soon." She did not tell Lu Yi the details. She planned to find an opportunity to tell him the details later. Lu Yi nodded. He sensed the situation on the three-world island and raised his eyebrows. It's a high-class spiritual island now. The energy on the three-world island was much denser than when he had left a year ago. It was obvious that it had been upgraded to a high-class spiritual island. This was slower than the unparalleled island. After all, the unparalleled island was smaller than the three-world island in terms of size. Moreover, when Lu Yi had set up the minor constellation hall here, he had made some adjustments so that the three-world island would not change so quickly. In a year, the three-world island had become a high-class spiritual island. This was much faster than he had expected. It seemed that he had not made the right adjustments. "It changed a month ago," Luan Xiao explained. "That's right. A high-class spiritual island is qualified to attract merchants." Lu Yi was pleased. "No one came to talk to you about this?" Back then, Wushuang's development could be said to be extremely fast. Under Chu Xin's management, it quickly became a well-known spiritual island in the entire Wanxiang Sea. Merchants from various major forces moved in and made a lot of money in an instant. If the Heaven Flames realm had not used tricks to attack Matchless Island, Lu Yi would not have to worry about spiritual jades for cultivation. Just the dividends he received from Chu Xin every year would be enough for him to squander. Luan Xiaoa shook her head. "Not at the moment." Lu Yi was confused. "That's strange." Logically speaking, the rise of a superior spiritual island would definitely attract the attention of all the major forces. After all, such a good thing was rare even in the entire Wanxiang Sea. The earlier they entered, the greater the benefits they would receive. Disregarding everything else, there were good and bad locations for the shops in the three-world island's business district. The sooner they got in touch with this place, the more space they would have to choose from. Luan Xiaoa smiled bitterly. "When Tang Jun comes back, let him tell you." Old Tang knew much more about these private conflicts than she did. Lu Yi glanced at Luan Xiaoa and vaguely sensed something. However, she did not ask any further and said, "I've brought another 500 lunar mansions with me on this trip to Jade Conch. I'll have to trouble Senior's sister to arrange for them." As he spoke, he opened the door to Little Flower World and let out the 500 lunar mansions that had been placed there. Everyone appeared. Feeling the good environment around them, they were all excited. In such an environment, even without spiritual jades, they could rapidly increase their cultivation. The Wanxiang Sea was indeed a treasure. Luan Xiaoa became busy. She called over many cultivators from the first batch of three-world cultivators and asked them to help the new batch settle down. Everyone had people they knew, so they gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Also, because of the hard work of the first batch of cultivators, the new batch did not need to build their own residences. There were already many empty houses on the island. They only needed to find one each. Instantly, the entire three-world island became lively. Seeing that Luan Xiaoa and He Baichuan were chatting happily, Lu Yi went over to greet them. "When old Tang comes back, tell him to come find me. I'm going to rest first." Luan Xiaoa understood and reminded him. "Hua, Si, and Shui Yuan are in the pill room." Lu Yi immediately turned around and walked towards the pill room. Ma Shangxi followed, closely behind. However, he had only taken a few steps when Luan Xiaoa suddenly shouted from behind him, "Junior brother!" Lu Yi turned around and saw Luan Xiaoa's panicked expression. Tang Jun sent a message. He was ambushed. Lu Ye's expression darkened. He hurriedly asked, "Location?" Luan Xiaoa held a musical note, clearly asking for Tang Jun's location. However, after waiting for a few breaths, there was no reply. Lu Yi immediately understood that Tang Jun's situation was not good. Otherwise, it was impossible that he did not even have the time to reply. He immediately asked, "Where did old Tang go?" Luan Xiaoa hurriedly replied, "He went to Wanxiang Island." Lu Yi turned his head and gave Ma Shangxi a look. Then he shot into the sky. Only his voice could be heard. "I'll go get him." Luan Xiaoa also knew that there was no time to waste. She hurriedly said to He Baichuan, "Come with me." Then she looked at Yan Miao and Cheng Xan. "I'll have to trouble the two of you to watch over Three World Island." Tang Jun had been ambushed at such a critical juncture. It was clearly not a random encounter. The person who ambushed Tang Jun had most likely come prepared. Luan Xiaoa could not understand. Old Tang's cultivation was not very high, but he was very experienced. Moreover, he had some disguise techniques when he went to Wanxiang Island. Logically speaking, he should not have been exposed. However, Tang Jun had just sent a message to her, and now he had been ambushed. Luan Xiaoa could not help but shudder. After Lu Yi and his servant left, Luan Xiaoa and He Baichuan hurriedly left as well. A few hundred li away from Three World Island, a figure was lying in wait. When he sensed the auras of several Yuyaos, he frowned. He could not understand why so many Yuyaos had suddenly appeared on Three World Island. However, this was obviously not a good sign. He hurriedly took out a sound talisman and sent a message. At this time, Lu Ye's expression was solemn. He stood on Ma Shangxi's starboat and shook his head. "Too slow. Explode your precious blood and use blood escape." After interacting with Ma Shangxi for so long, Lu Yi naturally knew what kind of abilities he had. He had precious blood, and so did Ma Shangxi. After all, Ma Shangxi was a Pikiyao. However, unlike him, Ma Shangxi's precious blood could not directly transform into a clone, and it was not as powerful as Lu Ye's precious blood. If Ma Shangxi wanted to transform his precious blood into a clone, he would have to cultivate another blood race secret technique and refine a drop of precious blood for a long time. Lu Yi guessed that this had to do with the great difference in their sacred nature. The reason his precious blood could directly transform into a clone was probably because of its strong sacred nature. In terms of mastery of the blood race's secret techniques, he was much more powerful than Ma Shangxi. Although there was a difference in their precious blood, exploding it to boost the blood escape would still greatly increase the power of the blood escape. Lu Yi had no idea what Tang Jun's current situation was. However, he was only a mid-stage Yuyao magical cultivator, and his foundation was not strong. Since the enemy had launched a sneak attack, Tang Jun's situation was definitely not good. Lu Yi had to rush over to help as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would only be able to collect old Tang's corpse. After returning this time, he could clearly feel that Luan Xiaoa had not told him some things. It was probably not because she wanted to hide them from him, but because she wanted to tell him in detail later. Tang Jun's sneak attack was probably related to these things. Since Lu Yi had spoken, Ma Shangxi did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away his starboat, and a drop of precious blood exploded into a blood mist that enveloped him and Lu Yi. Then he rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Luan Xiaoa and He Baichuan, who had followed Lu Yi and his servant out of the Three World Island, immediately lost sight of them. Luan Xiaoa was shocked. That fellow Taoist Ma, what's his background? She could finally confirm that Ma Shangxi was indeed at the peak of the Yuyao realm, and his foundation was even stronger than hers. He Baichuan's expression was solemn. You might not believe it, but that fellow Taoist Ma claimed to be fellow Taoist Lu's servant. Servant? Luan Xiao's expression was a little chaotic. A servant at the peak of the Yuyao realm? Then what was Lu Ye's background? She suddenly realized that she did not understand Lu Yi at all. Sigh, Jade Conch also encountered a crisis some time ago. I'll tell you more about it when we have time. He Baichuan sighed. In the blood mist ahead, Lu Yi spread out his divine sense and searched for Tang Jun's whereabouts. At the same time, He kept trying to contact him with musical notes. Unfortunately, there was no reply, so he had no idea where Tang Jun was. However, since he had come from the direction of the island of versatility, it was not too difficult to search for him. The only good news was that the musical notes could transmit messages, which meant that Tang Jun was still alive. If he was dead, his musical notes would lose their effectiveness, and he would not be able to transmit any messages. At the same time, Lu Yi took out the star map of the island of versatility. He wanted to try his best to determine Tang Jun's current location. The person who had ambushed Tang Jun was definitely Yu Yao, and it was highly likely that there was more than one person. Although Tang Jun's foundation was not very strong, he was still a mid-stage cultivator. Moreover, after experiencing the invasion of the Peerless Island, he had become more cautious and bought many defensive Dharma treasures. He knew his shortcomings, so he tried his best to make up for them with spirit jades. Therefore, as long as he did not encounter an enemy that was too strong, he should be able to protect himself for a short period of time. The commotion caused by such a battle would not be small. The person who had ambushed Tang Jun would probably avoid the spiritual islands occupied by the major factions to avoid any misunderstandings. In this way, there was a screening area. Lu Yi was now afraid that Tang Jun would not return to the three-world island in a straight line. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. After running like this for almost 2 hours, Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. There was clearly the sound of Yu Yao fighting in that direction. "Over there," Lu Yi hurriedly said. Ma Shangxi immediately changed direction. After a while, Lu Yi finally saw Tang Jun's figure. When he looked over, he was filled with rage. At this moment, Tang Jun's body was protected by a dim layer of light. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Beside him, 2 figures were madly attacking him. One of them was a mid-stage Yu Yao, and the other was a late-stage Yu Yao. Tang Jun was in a precarious situation. Throat inflammation, fever, coughing. Most people who caught a cold had this process. Coughing was the worst. However, he had still reached this stage. Last night, he coughed so hard that he could not fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. Now he was listless and coughing nonstop. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. "I have to go to the hospital to get some medicine,"